everyone, welcome to the Essentials of Generative AI Prompt Engineering and ChatGPT course. Why is this course important? Well, generative AI is changing the way we create content and solve problems. So, whether you're new to this or already know a bit, this course will help you understand how it works and how you can use it in your daily life. Here's what we'll cover today. First, we'll have a look at what generative AI is and how it is being used in the real world. Next, we'll have a look at prompt engineering, how to ask the right questions to get the right answers from AI. ChatGPT, how to use this tool to help you with writing, brainstorming, and much more. And by the end of this course, you will know how to use generative AI, craft good prompts, and make the most of ChatGPT in your work and creative projects. So let's jump in and get started. But before we dive deeper, here's a quick quiz question for you. What is the main purpose of prompt engineering? Your options are to write long paragraphs, to ask AI the right questions to get the best results, to create AI models, or to teach AI how to learn. Take a moment to think and let me know your answers in the comment section below. Also, if you are interested in mastering the future of technology, then the professional certificate course in generative AI and machine learning is the perfect opportunity for you. This is offered in collaboration with ENICET Academy IT Kanpur, and it's an 11-month live and interactive program providing hands-on expertise in cutting-edge areas like generative AI, machine learning models, and tools like ChatGPT. You'll also gain practical experience through 15 plus projects, integrated labs, and live masterclasses delivered by esteemed IIT Kanpur faculty, alongside earning a prestigious certificate from IIT Kanpur. You'll also receive official Microsoft badges for Azure AI courses and career support through Simplilearn's Job Assist program. So guys, hurry up and enroll and you can find the course link below.
So friends, my name is Dr. Darshan Ingle, and I work as a principal consultant and a senior data scientist at Data Couch. So my areas of expertise, are mainly from both coding and non-coding because I'm a computer engineer by profession. BE computer, ME computer, and my PhD also in computer engineering. We are stepping into the world of generative AI, and as we understand, it is one of the most transformative innovations today that we have in the recent years. Continuously, the things are changing. And you might have probably noticed, right, the way artificial intelligence is reshaping the industries. Right from you talk about designing stunning arts, or you talk about writing great codes, or you talk about automating tedious task, right? So you talk about writing code or designing some kind of stunning arts or writing code. Generative AI is there, right? So generative AI is not just about automation. That's something very important for all of us. Generative AI is about amplifying human creativity and solving complex problems in the way that we could not imagine before. So this session titled as Essentials of Generative AI will be introducing you today with the foundational concepts, real world applications, the powerful tools that are redefining how businesses operate and innovate. And by the end of today's session, you will walk away with the practical insights on how to harness this particular technology in your own domain. That is something which is important. So, getting started with the generative AI. Now, the very first question which comes into my mind. So tell me, why do you think generative AI is causing such a disruption across various industries when AI technology has been around for so many years? So what is that thing do you think that generative AI is causing? This is something that we need to understand. So, right, you have to think about creativity, automation, personalization. And according to me, the key reason that generative AI is not just about automating the task. In fact, I personally think that generative AI is, as you said, I'm just going to put it a little bit technical, it is augmenting human capabilities. So unlike your traditional artificial intelligence, which focuses on the predictions or the classification, generative AI focuses on creating entirely new content. And that new content can be related to maybe a personalized marketing campaign, or it could be AI generated art, or even advanced drug discovery solution in the pharma. So you can think about industries like retail, where AI generated product recommendations drive personalized shopping experiences, or manufacturing, where it optimizes the design and prototyping. So it is not just about doing things faster, it is about doing things differently, right? I can give you many, many examples where generative AI is actually helpful in the industries. How is Gen AI useful in the industry? So unlike the earlier forms of AI, which simply analyze the existing data to provide insights or to automate the repetitive tasks, but Gen AI is one step ahead because it is creating the content. Let us take example, and I'll take example of retail industry. Imagine you are Amazon. So Gen AI is not here to just recommend you product. So it can create personalized product descriptions. It can create for you promotional emails. It can even create dynamic images tailored to individual customers. So this level of personalization is really game changing in e-commerce. I'll also take one more example over here for you. Consider healthcare and pharmaceuticals. So if you look at companies like Pfizer, they are using generative AI to accelerate the drug discovery by generating new chemical compounds and molecular structure. So what once took years can now be done in months, leading to faster development of the life-saving drugs. One awesome example over here is the vaccine for COVID. How come we'll be able to get it so fast? Let me take third industry example, which is the automotive industry. So if you look at manufacturers like BMW, they employ generative AI for coming up with innovative vehicle design. In fact, your MG and Kia are also very popular. You might have seen, right, the shapes of the Kia car, the new Kia which came. I don't know, but the shape of the SUV is good. MG cars, also if you look at the shapes of them, they are also like BMW is very much using Gen AI for innovative vehicle design. Cyros, yes, 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 Cyros, right? So they exactly understand what people are looking for. And they also use generative AI to optimize the parts for fuel efficiency. So AI is responsible for creating thousands of variations, thereby helping the engineers to choose the best options faster. You take over here, let's say example of entertainment and media, right? I'm talking about Netflix. So they generate personalized show recommendations using AI. But they are also using generative AI. And generative AI is used by Netflix to what? In order to create scripts. They are used by Netflix to develop video game environments. And I would say they are also used to produce music, right? So AI generated content is becoming a staple in the entertainment industry. And finance, how can I do it now? The last one, because I don't have further space to write, is Gen AI used in finance, insurance, banking, let's say automated financial reports. That can be one thing. Yes, insurance policies, as you can say. You can also use it for simulating the actual market scenarios, or Customer support, yes, IVR can be one thing. Customer support, why is generative AI causing disruption? Because it is allowing companies to not only work smarter and faster, but also innovate in the ways that were previously unimaginable. Let's say if I'm talking with respect to marketing firm, so imagine there is a marketing firm aiming to scale its operations and increase the output. So traditionally, the content creators and the designers spend hours crafting the number of social media posts, articles, blogs, marketing assets, and all those things daily. And this process was really very time intensive, and it limits how much content they can produce without the additional thing. But now, when you enter the generative AI, you have tools like ChatGPT, which can be helpful for copywriting, DALI, which can be used for image generation, Canva, which can be used for design automation. You have Canva AI now, right? So with these tools, the same company can automate the content creation task, generating high quality post in fraction of time. So instead of manually ideating it, writing each piece, AI can write the drafts instantly, which makes the marketing team saving hours of efforts, which was invested on fine tuning. And beyond just speeding up the process, they also allow the teams to quickly experiment with different formats, styles, thereby fostering creativity as well as maintaining high productivity. So you can now focus on strategy and engagement rather than repetitive tasks. One best example, I'll tell you one real world example, Spotify, right? Spotify leverages AI to automate the personalized content generation. So it is ensuring faster campaign rollouts, more targeted customer interaction. So this is giving a competitive edge by keeping their audience engaged with the relevant content consistently. So now you can think about why incorporating generative AI could transform the way your team works, whether it is marketing or product development or even the customer service. So these are the learning objectives for today. Identify the applications of Gen AI in solving real world problems. Creation of prompts effectively with the Gen AI tools to achieve the desired outcomes. And today we are going to look at the basic prompts. You'll also apply the Gen AI tools to create personalized documents such as resumes or conduct research. Use the powerful GPTs such as Write for Me, Canva AI, Designer GPT, Consensus, Universal Primer to explore diverse Gen AI capabilities from the various tasks. Let's get started. Evolution of AI to Gen AI. Now, this is the timeline. Before I even speak about it, you will be learning all of this in detail. Right now, I'm going to give you a brief about everything, but I want you to just read through everything from left to right. So, this timeline, what you see, it basically represents some of the key milestones in the journey of AI, leading to where we are today with the powerful generative AI models. It all started in the year 1950, where the person called as Alan Turing developed a very foundational test to test or to measure, not test. He created a very basic foundational test to measure machines' ability to exhibit human-like intelligence. Yes. So over here, you looked at the machine's ability to look to exhibit human-like intelligence, and this was considered as the starting point for AI research. Sometimes they ask this in the interview, so you should at least know about it, right? It all started because of Alan Turing and the Turing test. Then in 1966, this came. This came at 1950. This is not written. I'm telling you, this came in 1966. Okay, so in 1966, the ELIZA chatbot came, and this was mainly developed by some person called as Joseph Weizenbaum. So ELIZA is one of the very first chatbot of simulating human like conversation through pattern matching. It was very primitive, but it set a stage that okay, there is something which can be developed further called as conversational AI. Then in 1980, neural networks came, right? And they marked as a good turning point because machines started to learn the pattern from the large data sets. This happened for the very first time, thereby opening the doors for machine learning innovation. And then in 1997, LSTM. LSTM basically is a deep learning architecture, long, short term memory. Your brain cannot remember everything, but it can remember short things for a long amount of time. Hence, we call it as a long short term memory, LSTM, long short term memory, because your brain can remember only the highlights. And that is exactly what this neural network architecture did. So, this neural network architecture, now the thing is, it got the capability of remembering 10 to 12 previous words. For example, if I say to this model, the sky is, what comes over here as per you? Most of them will say the sky is blue. And the next most category would say the sky is clear. The rare people would say the sky is dark or some other word. So this word can be filled because the context of this word is there here. And LSTMs were able to do this thing successfully. And then the brother of LSTM came after how many years? You see, 1997 to 2014, such a long thing. Dusky, okay. GRU came. So LSTM, basically, if you look at the architecture of LSTM, there are 3 gates and GRU has 2 gates. So GRU is little fast as compared to LSTM, but GRU can also remember only 10 to 12 previous words. So till today, if you talk about implementing an architecture, you have option of both, using LSTM and using GRU, right? Both the options are available. And developers or deep learning engineers try out both because sometimes LSTM gives better results, sometimes GRU. So the idea is they have to try out both. But GRU is little faster because one gate is less, so lesser processing. And then the entire thing changed in the year 2017. This is where we had a boom in the, or a complete disruption happened over here where the transformer architecture was lost, and they changed the game entirely by enabling the models to process the data in parallel rather than sequentially. This is one of the very important point. We'll discuss it later, but always remember when you talk about transformer parallel processing, before transformer, whatever you see, sequential processing. Like, I'll take a very simple example. You tell me if this is you and this is your plate, which your mom has given you to have. Now you have one mouth. So if you are eating this chapati bhaji, let's say you can make 30 chunks of food. So every time you are putting each and every chunk into your mouth, right? And then it goes into your tummy. So if I say that for eating one chunk, you take 1 minute. So for eating 30 chunks, you will take 30 minutes, correct? But if you consider not you, but if you consider the famous personality Ravan, how many heads does Ravan have? 10. And if he also requires 1 minute to chew one chunk, but he has 10 heads, then how much time will he take for doing the lunch? What Ravan did differently over here is parallel processing. And transformer is today's Ravan. Remember that. It can do parallel processing. And none of the earlier ones can do it. Right? That is one of the very basic thing. And this is what actually we can say that this is the transformer which laid foundation for your GPT and Perl. And then in 2018, the large language models came and they demonstrated their diverse natural language processing task with minimal human interaction, thanks to the pre-training on the parallel data sets. And then after that, Gen AI is just hitting success after success. So in 2020 to present, we have got the GPT series, and I need not say about the capabilities. They can do anything. You know it very well, right? Text generation, code generation, image generation. So transforming every market. So looking at this, what do you think was the most significant breakthrough that led us to generative AI? Well, it is ChatGPT, DALI, and all such other large language models, which has completely changed the way we are looking at the things. So that is where I would now go ahead and take a definition of generative AI. Generative AI is a category of AI system that focuses on generating content, could be image, text, music, or any other form. So it is a subset of artificial intelligence. In fact, this is something like this. You have AI, so sorry, and AI consists of machine learning. Machine learning consists of deep learning. Deep learning consists of Gen AI, and Gen AI consists of LLMs. Yes, so it is something like this. So Gen AI is a special category of AI designed to create entirely new content. So over here, as we'll talk about, right? So companies like Warner Bros. They use Gen AI to create visual effects and generate a realistic background for the movies, thereby speeding up the production time. If you look at healthcare, Novartis, they use it to generate potential molecular structures for the drugs, accelerating the drug discovery process. So, coming on to e-commerce, right? So, if you look at platforms like Etsy, it also helps the sellers to generate product descriptions or design the custom merchandise or help the user experience and the productivity, right? It's everywhere. Going ahead, I see the objectives of Gen AI are very simple. Number one, independently generate new content, right? Whether it is text, images, or any videos by learning the patterns in the existing code. Like in fashion industry, AI can generate new clothing designs based on the existing trend. It also assists with the complex problem solving, so making decision making more efficient. Like in the automotive sector, companies like Tesla, they use AI to simulate and optimize the vehicle design by exploring numerous configurations at once. And the last one, as they say, is the boosting of the creativity, where they generate unique and innovative output. So generative AI enhances the human creativity. Like if you talk about Canva AI, so it can instantly generate hundreds of design ideas, enabling the marketers to focus on the strategy. In fact, if you look at real world examples like architecture wise, if I say you have Gen AI tools like Spacemaker AI. So they help the architect to generate optimized building designs by considering multiple constants like the light, airflow, noise levels, etc. It's everywhere. So now, let's we say large language models provide a foundation for generative AI by offering powerful pre-trained models capable of understanding and generating human-like text across various domains. Generative AI can serve as a building block for advanced models, enabling the development of innovative systems that create the content ranging from natural language text to images and music. Let's take it ahead. The next topic, which we look into, is your large language models, right? We look into the large language models. And this is where the interesting thing starts, right? So as we are exploring more into the fascinating world of GenAI, it is important for us to understand this very important, powerful, impactful innovation called as large language models. So these models are at the heart of how machines understand and generate human-like language, opening up a world of possibilities in the communication and creativity. So here, if you see, these models are capable of translation, classification, and so on. So number one, when you say large, it refers to massive scale of these models because they are trained on hundreds of millions or even billions of the parameters. And this size allows them to understand the complex patterns in the human language and create high quality responses. Like if you look at GPT-4, the one which powers ChatGPT, it has been trained on vast data sets and can handle the nuanced queries with ease. Then when you talk about language, the primary focus of the model is on human language. So they can comprehend, process, and generate text across languages and context. So whether you think about translating a document or analyzing the sentiment in the review or even language processing, everything is at the core of the LLM functionality. After that, I say model, right? So that's the next thing for us to be understood. Model is essentially a mathematical representation which captures the patterns and the structure in the data. In this case, LLMs are trained to represent the entry cases of the human language, enabling them to predict the next word or generate the coherent paragraphs in response to the prompt. So if you look at companies like FedEx, right? So FedEx is using the virtual assistant, which is actually handling their customer queries, providing instant responses and reducing the wait times. Also, if you look into financial institutions, LLMs, as we understood, are used for automating the reports or extracting insights from the large volume of the unstructured data. So this is what it is. Taking a step ahead, next I say comparison of the various models as we see over here. Among all this, my favorite one is the first one. It will remain favorite because I don't think anything can become ever better than this. The GPT 3.5, which has, 3.5 has now become legacy. It is not even available in ChatGPT. And 4 also has become legacy. So today we have which model? 4O Mini, yes. The one that you get free of cost is 4O Mini. And for the paid users of ChatGPT, which is ChatGPT Plus, we get 4O. Now, if you look at this, so this is the Microsoft Word. And what is this essentially doing is that, see here you have Copilot. If you see here, I have Copilot. So I can click on this, or here also when I click, Copilot is available for me. Let's say, what do you want to draft? I say, draft a job advertisement for an AI intern from second or third year computer or IT engineering with perfect skill set. And I say over here that stipend is rupees 10,000 and duration is 6 months. With a lot of spelling mistakes and all, I'm just saying go. And let's see over here. And internship opportunity AI intern, cutting edge things. Are you second year or third year committing the student with passion for AI and this about? So here, I have ChatGPT model only, the one which ChatGPT uses, but it is just that it is there integrated into Microsoft Word. So if I don't have this, I will have to go to, first of all, I'll have to go to the this ChatGPT, create the content, then paste it, and then this formatting and all the things happen. But now it is way, way more easy for me. And I have this content, and let's say everything is good, application process. Do I want to keep it or redraft it? I say keep it. Let's say here I highlight this portion and I say over here draft with Copilot. I'm thinking auto rewrite. No, I say over here my ID is ingledarshan@gmail.com. And I do that. And you can see to apply this, you can send it to this. You want to keep it? I say keep it, and then I can delete the older one. So that is the power. You have everything integrated over here, which you do not get in the ChatGPT. This is Copilot. This is essentially what is Copilot. Now, if we talk about the very first one, right? So OpenAI, the very first model is the GPT-4, and this model is really very versatile. You can multi-modal capabilities. It can accept text, it can accept images. It has the support for various NLP tasks like content generation, summarization. You have the coding, right? And it is integrated into Copilot, just like we saw. Then this is the strongest, I would say, right? In fact, if you ask me for the order, I would say the GPT-4 followed by Gemini. Then comes your Claude. And after Claude comes your Llama, followed by Falcon. Right? This is what we need to understand. So Claude is not essentially the GPT is the most powerful. Right. So here, as we understand that companies like Microsoft have integrated GPT models into their products like Copilot to enhance the productivity. Then coming on to the second one by Google, which is Gemini. So it is good for complex problem solving, code generation. It is good in understanding the context, generating accurate solutions or across various domains. And Gemini is there in the products like Google Workspace for smart suggestions and AI driven automations. The third one, which I would like to discuss over here, is the Llama, right, by Meta AI. So this is focusing on the natural language, content creation, and large language translation. So it is optimized mainly for efficiency and scalability and suitable for enterprises with the large scale NLP needs. And Meta also uses it internally for improving the user interactions on the platform like Facebook and Instagram. Coming on to the Falcon, developed by Technology Innovation Institute. So they specialize in the language translation, common sense reasoning, sentiment analysis. So and the best part is this model is free. All of these models are paid, but Falcon is free. It is open source, and that is probably the reason it is weakest also, right? So it is open source, but it is gaining popularity in research and academia. So research institutions and startups use this model for developing NLP applications at a low cost. And the Claude or the company which developed is Anthropic. So it is used in open-ended dialogues, coding tasks, and data analysis. So it supports visual inputs like graphs, charts, etc. in place. So companies in the financial services, they use Claude for automated report generation. So GPT is the strongest, as I told you. Then Gemini, which is the next one, followed by the Claude, which is strong, I would say. Then Llama, moderately strong, followed by the Falcon. Relatively weakest, but still it is quite good, right? But it is open source. Let's get into the next one now. The top 10 Gen AI transforming tools. So friends, these are the most popular tools which are used in the different domains and in our course. So we'll be covering at least one tool from each of the domain, right? Not all. And see this image, what you see, it represents variety of tools, but there is absolutely no need to feel overwhelmed because all of these tools operate using a simple language, which is prompt. Yes. So they are that simple. So we'll be delving into how to use these prompts in our next topic. So getting started. Now here, you will be performing this demo along with me to see how the prompts can help in generating the desired responses. So here, if you see, what are we doing? This is a demo for the resume and the cover letter creation using ChatGPT. So that's what we are going to learn. So imagine that you have a resume ready, but if you are not sure if it matches the job description that you are applying for. Plus, you are pressed for time to update it, right? According to the job requirements. So in this scenario, how can you quickly and effectively update your resume to align it with the job description and save time? Join us in the demonstration where we'll be using ChatGPT to quickly do this. And please download the demo documents from the LMS Learner reference section for the detailed explanation. Right? So this is where demos opening. The resume and the cover letter. Now, in this, what you have to do? First of all, we need not go through each and everything. There are only 2 steps over here, as you see. So this is the task. Resume and cover letter. Objective over here is to demonstrate the use of ChatGPT in creating a professional resume and cover letter for a full stack developer, showcasing the candidate's skills and experiences. Tool required a ChatGPT. First, you have to log in into this account, and for logging into this account, you have to get into the chat.openai.com. Then copy paste the following details and prompt, and then paste it into the ChatGPT. So details, candidate profile, name, experience, industry, IT, skill set, Python, Java, JavaScript, frameworks, which is the Django, React, Node.js. Then you have the database skills, development, DevOps and cloud, soft skills, job description. Alex is willing to apply job position, company, location. Job responsibility, develop front-end websites, ensure responsiveness of applications, design features, see project from conception to finished product. Design, develop APIs, stay abreast, required skills, strong organizational and project management skills, proficiency with this, few more. And for doing this, you just have to paste a prompt like this. Let's go through this. Create a resume for Alex that showcases his 5-year journey in IT as a full stack developer. It should highlight his expertise in Python, Java, JavaScript, and key frameworks like Django and React, and his skills in database and cloud technologies like Postgres, SQL, and AWS. It must also emphasize Alex's leadership in the project development, team collaboration, and continuous engagement, because that is exactly the above is the job description. So we say align the resume with the full stack developer at this. So what am I doing? This is the job description which was available. And I want this to be aligned. Job description which the Alex is willing to apply for. And these are the job responsibilities. So I'm gonna take it right from here. Copy this, go over here, paste it in ChatGPT. And that's where your prompt is. And this is where I have this, right? So Alex, along with his LinkedIn URL, GitHub URL, professional summary about him, experience that Alex has. See, it's very nicely taken. March 21 to present on this. Key achievements which he has, how he reduce the load time. So you can also, the more real data you give, the more proper it will generate. This is just a very first example to show you, right? Then the second one, key achievements, his degrees, technical skills, strong skills, this, and projects done. Interest, and then this. Would you like to have a cover letter for this resume as well? I say yes. So earlier these recommendations were not coming, but now they come. And see, I'm getting a nice cover letter for it as well. One single page. Why am I sending this? So that is something which is good about it. So you can, it can be used for doing almost anything. Just a simple, sweet example. Understanding the prompts. What is exactly a prompt? Prompt is exactly what we give, right? It is a natural language text which instructs the generative AI to perform a particular task. So in simple words, you can also think about it like giving a clear command or question to a large language model is essentially what is called as a prompt, right? So this will give you exactly what you need. And the key reasons why prompts are very, very important is a well-crafted prompt guides the generative AI model to understand the context and specify the requirement. This is very important. Right? For example, you're asking an AI to generate marketing email specifying your audience, the tone and the key message in the prompt. This will make the model understand that, okay, I have to give response with respect to some kind of marketing email. Considering this as the audience, do I want the tone to be friendly or formal? And what is the key message? The more you ask it, the more better you will get. Second is a precise prompt can lead to more focused and useful output. So basically, vague prompts will lead to vague output. Like for example, instead of like a silly question, right? Me asking, write about cars. Instead of you saying, instead of me just saying over here that, hey, write about cars. This is a very vague prompt, right? So it has written something about the cars, evolution of the car. Instead of this, you should say, rather than this, that write a 300 word article on electric cars. I'm giving a proper motto: electric cars, environmental benefits. This is going to give you more thing. In fact, here also, would you like a more detailed breakdown of anything? Right? It went thought by your itself, but now you see it's exactly aligned to what we want. Then the third thing which I say is the prompt serves as a bridge between us and the AI's execution. So in many industries, AI powered tools rely heavily on well-defined prompts, could be to generate code or legal summaries or even the design element. So a well-defined prompt ensures the output is meeting the business standards. So let's say when you give a prompt to a language model, it generates the response based on its pattern and the information it has learned during the training. So the output you get is highly dependent on how well you frame your prompt. Like, let's say if I am talking about a simple prompt, right? As you can see, I've given a very simple prompt. What is the capital of France? So I come over here and I say, what is the capital of France? And the model responds accurately that the capital of France is Paris. And this is very, very straightforward use of a prompt where the model is designed to retrieve a fact that it has learned during its training. But prompts can be more complex as well. So when you talk about summarization, translation, or creative writing, so like me saying, right, that write a 300 word blog post on benefits of electric cars. Now this will generate article which is tailored to our request, right? Reducing emissions, cleaner air, lower operating cost, energy efficiency, quieter cities, and support for renewable energy integration, followed by a nice conclusion as well. And the third thing is effectiveness of a prompt. This depends on how well your prompt is being crafted. Your prompt must always be, when I say effective, it should be precise and detailed. That will give you more accurate and relevant outputs. So obviously, it's very easy for me to say give complex prompt, but how? Well, let us look at the components of prompt. Every time you give a prompt, always keep these four things in mind. What makes a great prompt? So crafting an effective prompt is requiring the key understanding of its components. So good prompt is responsible for guiding the model what to do. Number one is the task. Now, what is exactly task? It is nothing but specifies action or process. So what do you want the AI to do? So I can say over here, when I talk about a task, I can say write a social media post about building a brand. Or I can also come over here and I can say generate 5 promotional tweets for a product launch. And we see properly, tweet one, excitement plus call to action. They say the wait is over. Our game-changing product name is here to revolutionize whatever the problem it solves, ready to experience the future. Or here is where I'm highlighting the key benefit. Say goodbye to the pain point. With this, you get main benefit at your fingertips. And this is the limited time offer, social proof, and the community involvement. Right? So that's one good thing about it. After this, the next part is the instruction, right? So instructions, first is the task, which is nothing but the action you want to do, and instructions is nothing but the rules to follow to achieve the desired outcome. So this could include, so over here, basically, I would say, what will this comprise of? This will comprise of what do you want to include? This would comprise of what do you want to avoid? And the third thing is going to be the output. I call it as the formatting preferences. Like I can say, user friendly tone and limit the post to 150 words for the blog on electric car sustainability. So here, as you can see, I am very properly giving an instruction, right? So electric cars, they also help to cut down this, doing this. As the world shifts, EVs are cleaner. Join the electric car revolution for a better tomorrow. Or I can also say, let me take one more. I can say that, hey, I want you to summarize the key points in bullet format and exclude jargons from the above log. And I'm getting the key points. I say that I want the output in JSON format for the above. Now, JSON is key value pair. You see over here, key points and the values are this, 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 this. That is the interesting thing. So you can ask it what points you want. Let's say I want the output in pointers 1, 2, 3, and so on. And see here, 1, 2, 3, 4 inside the JSON, I'm getting it. So that is the beauty of it, right? So this is where we understand instructions. First is task, what you want to do. Then instructions, what you want to include and what you want to exclude. The next is context. So context basically involves the background information or the situation that surrounds the task. Providing context helps us understand what is required. For example, if I say, provide me investment advice. Sure. And it is providing me, right? Some investment advice is going. What is context? It is do this, do that. Okay. Now I say, provide me investment advice considering the current economic downturn. So looking at the current market conditions, provide me the investment advice. See, this is what is called as the context. And now the advice is purely different than what it was about. Focus on defensive assets, increase the cash reserves, diversify geographically, invest in gold and commodities, adopt long-term perspective, invest in value stocks, explore REITs, stay invested in the index fund, etc. So you can understand this is what we call as the context, right? The last one is the image. So image is nothing but the inputs. It can be image, text, or data set. That is going to be the inputs. So I can say over here, the best thing which I can figure out is, that's just my personal photo, but I'm copying it. Then I am attaching it over here. And let's say, using the attach image, tell me where did this couple take this photo, right? So I have given you just have a look at the photograph, right? The background and all. And I'm saying that, okay, tell me where did this couple took this photo. So this photo was taken at Rhine Falls, the largest waterfall in Switzerland and Europe. Even I was not expecting it will do it, but it did very nicely. And see how why it predicted that. That is also it is saying the distinct bridge. Bridge. Okay, where is that bridge? I think yeah, maybe this. Oh no, I think in the background, this bridge. So analysis, right? Look at it. Then it says the castle, which is the clause law of, and that's absolutely correct. If you see carefully here, this is the castle, right? So this castle and the powerful rushing water identify this iconic location. It is a popular tourist spot near the town of the Shawfus and whatever it is. But this is awesome. So we call this, this model is multimodal in nature. That means you can give image and text at the same time. Right. So in data analysis also, this is very helpful. Like for example, I go to GitHub and let's say when I'm randomly downloading this data, right click, save as. It is the cars data set. Some information about cars is there. If you want, I can show you this data set also, but this can even be seen from here. This is the data, car ID, symboling, and all such things related to car, fuel type, aspiration, etc. So I am asking to this model, what is this data set about? You see, it is generating the Python code. I can minimize this if I'm a non-coder, and it starts speaking about the data set. Oh no, let me ask, how many missing values are there in each column of the data set? So in data analysis, this is very helpful. It is generating the Python code for it, is null.sum, and then it says there are no missing values in any of the column. Each column is fully populated. So you can understand, right, how the output quality is going to change if any of these components are missing or unclear. And then we go for hands-on with ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is adept at handling multitude of complex tasks beyond just conversation. It can do language translation, LinkedIn profile creation, and sentiment analysis. So I am going to do the tasks which are given to us. Now, what are we going to look at is multilingual book translation. How to translate the user reviews in various languages. Task is, imagine you operate in an online bookstore that is popular worldwide. You offer books in multiple languages to cater to diverse global audience. To expand your reach and provide readers with the books in their preferred language, you use ChatGPT for book translation, real-time book translation. And for this, let's consider demonstration in which we'll utilize the ChatGPT to facilitate the translation process and demonstrate the effectiveness in handling the language barriers. So let's see that. Translate the following book excerpt into multiple languages and make it accessible to the broader audience. Now, honestly speaking, I'm not very convinced with this because it will translate to the language whichever it feels is correct. Like you see over here, Spanish is there, French is there, German is there, and that's it. Chinese is there, Hindi is there, and these translations can help the bookstore by making it content more accessible. So if I do the same thing by getting into here and I say that, hey, translate the following book excerpt into multiple languages to make it accessible to the broader audience. Instead of this, I'm okay with this prompt. It's not that anything is wrong because I am from India. It has this memory saved, right? So Hindi comes first, Spanish, French, German, Chinese, Arabic. And every time the output will be different as we all understand it very well. Portuguese. Would you like additional translations in other languages? I can give the language. I say yes. I'll give my mother tongue. Let's say in Marathi and Kannada. And it says right in Marathi, journey through the echoes. जी ही जग भारतातील प्राचीन संस्कृतीचे. It's very nice. Kannada. And any other more regional languages, I say yes. And this time I am going to say in English. एक फैसिनेटिंग एक्सप्लोरेशन है पुरानी सिविलाइजेशंस के बारे में जो दुनिया के अलग अलग पार्ट्स में है। एक चैप्टर में ऑथर अमेज़न के हिडन सिटीज को एक्सप्लोर करता है और उन अनसीक्रेट्स को रिवील करता है जो कई सेंचुरी से मिस्ट्री में छुपे हुए थे। ये पैसेज ट्राइब्स के रिचुअल्स और कस्टम्स के बारे में इंसाइट्स देता है, उनके आर्किटेक्चरल इनोवेशंस को हाईलाइट करता है और उनका नेचर के साथ डीप कनेक्शन बनाता है इन टपोरी स्टाइल इंग्लिश। लेट्स सी। एक धमाकेदार सफारी है पुरानी दुनिया के सीक्रेट्स एक्सप्लोर करने की भिड़ू। एक चैप्टर में ऑथर जाके अमेज़न के हिडन सिटीज का पता लगाता है जो फुल मिस्ट्री मोडे में था पिछले कई साल से। ये सीन में तू समझने को मिलेगा कैसे वो लोग अपने रिचुअल्स और कस्टम फॉलो करते थे, उनका फुल फैशन टशन वाला आर्किटेक्चर बनाते थे और नेचर के साथ एकदम बिंदास कनेक्शन था उनका। एकदम सॉलिड माल है ये बुक भाई। और कोई स्टाइल चाहिए तो बता देना। Interesting, right? But you can see the power of ChatGPT. And if you do say the same thing in some other large language model, let's say I'm copying this prompt for you and I'm going to go to Gemini and I'm asking it. So it is there, French is there, German is there, Portuguese, Chinese, Hindi, Arabic, and that's it. It doesn't give me any follow-up questions also, right? Which ChatGPT was giving me. So I say, now I'll have to type it. That's a little annoying. But ChatGPT is better. Translate it in Tapori style English. And it says, let's look at the quality. Yo, check it. Journeys through the eco is like total trippy, man. It's about ancient civilizations. You know the OG vibes and get this. It is trying to justify that, hey, this is how key Tapori elements are being used. But ChatGPT output is the best, no doubt about it. This is English Tapori, mostly Gen Z language. Whatever it is, but look at the power of the model. Let's see, ultimately, the end user, which is the customer, which model got a smile on the customer face? Today, customer satisfaction is not important. Customer delight is important. A level ahead is the customer delighted, and we are delighted with the GPT, not with Gemini. The next is they say about the LinkedIn profile creation. So imagine you are creating a LinkedIn profile, but you are aiming at writing something more exciting by creating a personal brand. Let's see what it says. So it says resume, John Doe, objective is given, education, Masters of Science in this. Skills are here, and we'll get the output. There is something more interesting, right? And then I'm saying, look at the prompt after that. Create a LinkedIn headline that showcases my experience, qualification, and passion using industry relevant keywords. Write a summary of 150 words that highlights my industry professional journey and unique skills. Personally speaking, don't prefer to use this for such kind of stuff. It is easy to catch. That's my LinkedIn profile. Just there are a lot of tools available, right? So see, there are 339 likes, and in the comments part, great sir. So I appreciate this comment. And look at this. Do you think Sanju might have written it by himself? Looking at this, look at the language. Incredible initiative. It is inspiring to create a meaningful change. Do you really think people have so much time to type? At least I don't think so. I mean, Sanju might be one of my very good, great students, but I'm sure he will not take so much amount of efforts to type a comment on LinkedIn. See over here. Shivani says, your efforts in driving AI adoption governance showcases a transformative potential of technology. No doubt it's written very nicely, but I understand that, okay, this is not how we do that. In fact, this one is also ChatGPT powered. The baseline, empowering business with data-driven insights. The moment the word empowering comes, it is ChatGPT copied. I can identify it. See here. While the enthusiasm for AI and governance is commendable, it is crucial to address ethical implication challenges, and this is ensuring this, etc. This is also ChatGPT. People use the plugins available nowadays for replying. I mean, I am okay with it, but it is easy enough to catch it. Essentially, you need to understand over here. This looks like a simple one. Happy New Year, sir. That's exactly what I am trying to tell you all. Now, after this, the next one, let me not execute that. This is obviously going to get the output. You can see here. The next one is sentiment analysis, where we say demonstrate how sentiment analysis of the user reviews can be done. Very simple and straightforward. Given a sentence, whether it is positive or negative or neutral, you can identify anything. Like over here, we are saying categorize the below provided review based on the following input. We are saying positive if this, negative if this, neutral if this, mixed if this, question sentiment is this. And there you have a review. Let's first understand it. Provide just the sentiment of the below reviews. Like I recently watched Eternal Visions. That was decent overall. The storyline had an interesting mix of mystery and romance, but it felt somewhere predictable at times. The acting was good with the cast delivering solid performance, though particularly stood out. The visuals were nice with this. So everything looks like good. So what it says, we are simply saying that I want to categorize the prompt of the input based on the following: positive or negative, obvious, neutral, mixed sentiment if it contains both positive and negative. If you don't give this detailed category, by default, it will pick up three categories: positive, negative, neutral. But I'm giving mixed sentiment, questioning sentiment, right? If it is expressing curiosity. So this is like giving the context, appreciative sentiment. So now this is a very nice and detailed prompt, and I'm giving so many sentences over here for review. I love this prompt. The first one is neutral, second is positive, third is negative, and fourth one is a mixed sentiment. And I can say justify each sentiment in one line. I mean, why you did that? So the last one was mixed sentiment because it acknowledges positive aspect like the new features, whatever are they about the phone, and the negative issues about the battery consumption and bugs. So positive with contradiction. So it said mixed sentiment. And that's good, right? If you look at the fourth one, the latest update on the app left me with mixed feelings. While I appreciate the new features and smoother interface, I'm frustrated with the increasing battery consumption. Interesting. Then we look at the next one, which we already saw, multimodal capabilities. I can give text as input. Yes. I can give image as input. I gave my image at the Rhine Falls. I can also give text as input and ask it to convert to speech. Like me saying, convert to speech. That's it. It is doing the conversion again using the Python interpreter. It is using the library PyTTSX speech conversion. Analysis, okay, it got the speech file. Let me download it.
The latest update on the app left me with mixed feelings. While I appreciate the new feature and smoother interface, I'm frustrated with the increased battery consumption and the occasional bugs that disrupt my experience.
You can also tune in with the help of the voices of your choice, where you have over here the option of settings. And here in the speech, my default voice is Ember.
Hey, I'm ready to.
But there are so many available. Now, after this, the next thing which I want to talk about is some powerful GPTs, right? There is one more thing which I want to show you, and I'm sure you are going to like it. Here in the GPT, I have options to explore GPT. I click on that. Inside that, I want to show you one really awesome GPT, and that is called as Khanmigo. This is the one. This is your personal AI tutor, very useful in the education domain, can be used by the students. It says, I am Khanmigo Lite, here to help you with the math, science, and the humanities questions. Look at this. It says, I will not do your work. I will not do the work for you. I will help you to learn how to solve the complex problem. So let me say, start the chat. I'm saying that solve for me 7x minus 14 is equal to 21. This is tutor me. This is not GPT 4.0. If I open a new tab, this is my GPT 4.0. If I paste the same question over here, solve for me, that everything is solved, right? And it says x is equal to 5. But the same prompt is what I am giving over here to tutor me. So this bot can be very nicely used in the education industry. In fact, Khan Academy has developed it. That's a very practical industry use case. It says that let's solve it step by step together. What can we do first to start isolate x? I say that, think about, hint is also given. Think about moving the constant term or simplifying the equation. So I say, okay, we can move minus 14 to right hand side. Great. If you move that, what operation it would be and what will the equation look like? So I can say the equation will look like 7x is equal to 21 plus 14. So I say 14. 7x is equal to 21 plus 14. I am doing a mistake. It is 14. I wrote 146. Is it identifying? That's what I want to see. Oh, I noticed something interesting. You added 146 instead of 14. Great, it caught my mistake. Sometimes it does not catch. So let's go back and try adding 14. So 14 plus 21, 21, 31, and 5, 35. So I say 35. It was asking me for the equation, but I said 35. So I say 7x equal to 35. So how do you isolate x? So I say divide by 7 on both the sides. Yes, that's exact. And what do you get that? I say 7 into 5 is 35. Great. Do you want to double check your answer by substituting this? I say yes. That is the best part of ChatGPT, right? The follow-up questions are really very strong. And it did this thing, and now it is asking me only that, hey, can you simplify 7 into 5 and check if it is equal to 20? Okay, whatever it is. We are going to see the Scholar GPT. We are going to see the Canva GPT, Consensus GPT, Write for Me GPT, right? So this is Write for Me. We'll study it. Then Productivity GPT is one such thing. Then you have Designer GPT, Research and Analysis Consensus, which I talked about. Education GPT. I showed you one, Khan Academy. Universal Primer is one more example. We have to explore all the available GPTs. It will be Right for Me GPT, Universal GPT. We will explore the Canva AI GPT, right? Tutor Me was once a GPT. We have to start directly with the use cases of that. The first thing, explore the GPTs on the ChatGPT, and then we will be looking at the prompting techniques. So, or rather, I would say that we'll be looking at the advanced prompting techniques. And then, what are the techniques that you will be studying over here? One is the zero shot prompting, one is the few shot prompting. Then you will be looking at the chain of thoughts prompting and tree of thoughts prompting. And one more is the self-consistency prompting, right? So these all are the prompting techniques. Then understanding the fundamentals of generative AI are going to be challenging. This is a very interesting image. You see, artificial intelligence. Listen to me very, very carefully. Artificial intelligence is a very broader term which comprises of machine learning, which comprises of neural network, deep learning, generative AI, large language models. What I plan to show you, the text pre-processing stuff as well. How does a machine pre-process a text, and after pre-processing the text, how do you create a natural language processing model about it? Once you understand this, we can think of creating a basic text model, and using this as the base model, we can look into the text generation task. But this is deep learning. I'm sure you all are able to see my screen, right? Now, before you start understanding that, so let me tell you what is the aim of this first notebook that we are going to do. Advanced Python programming.ipynd. See, when it comes to your coding, right? So I'm talking about IDE available for data science. The first and foremost thing that you have is Google Colab that you have used. Now, Google Colab over here, first and foremost thing, it is cloud-based Jupyter notebook. So you can write your code and execute it in the browser. Number one, this is what you have been using. The second thing that you can use is a Jupyter notebook. So Jupyter notebook is open source and it allows you to create notebook in offline mode. And I say that we do this by installing Anaconda. I'll talk about it. The thing that you were looking at, right? So this is the Google Colab notebook that you have been doing. Everything, each and every line which I am going to execute will execute in Google Colab. There will not even be a single line which runs in Colab but does not run somewhere else. So that is for sure. So yes, the first thing what I was saying is the Google Colab. It is the easiest to install. Therefore, you started with. This is like installing a software on your computer. Google Colab will only and only work if you are having internet connection. So if you don't have an access to the internet, what can you do? So you can download this Anaconda distribution. The link of that is here, anaconda.com. Click here on the free download. You need not sign up. You can actually skip the registration. And here, depending on the operating system, it will automatically suggest you Windows, Linux, Ubuntu. If it is not able to do that, friends, then at the bottom only you have everything, right? See here, Windows, Mac, Linux. So if I'm a Mac, I'll be downloading this because I'm using the M1 Mac. If you have Windows, is this and so on. Sorted. Once you download it, 912 MB software, the process to install is next, finish. And once you download this, when you click on your Windows icon, you will be able to see Anaconda Navigator like this. When you click on this Anaconda Navigator, you will get a user interface like this. This is the Jupyter notebook. So this is purely offline. No internet connection is required. I'll show you how it looks like when you will actually click on launch. It will automatically open in a browser, which will look like this. And you will see this notebook is exactly same. Like this interface is very same to Google Colab. You will have to create your own notebook by clicking on this new icon. Click on new and say Python kernel. Just like Google Colab notebook is created, this is a notebook which is created. Here, if I say print hi, it is done. In Google Colab, you have the option to make a cell to a markdown. Here also you have it markdown. So here I can say Python Jupyter first notebook. So a markdown is also created. Everything that you run in Google Colab will run here seamlessly. So you click on launch Jupyter notebook. So from here, when you click on the launch of Jupyter notebook, it's also written clearly. Web-based interactive computing notebook environment, edit and run. And you know what? There are many softwares which are available. You can do the same thing in Anaconda Cloud Notebook, Jupyter Notebook. I am using this VS Code. Most of the developers, most of the consultants use this for programming. Spider can also be used by you. You can use PyCharm as well. Jupyter Lab can be used by you. Do not get into using all. Ultimately, your code is not going to change. You're coding it anywhere. You do it here or here or here or here or here. Not even 1% difference in the code as it is. So what I am using is VS Code. This is also the same. And if you think that's not true, you remember this is the notebook which I just created. Let me say print hi and let me say print hello. I get the code. I'm saving this notebook. I saved it. Close it. I open VS Code. This VS Code has the same notebook as well because I have opened it from the same folder. I'm double clicking this. Click on run. Hi. I click over here. Hello. Essentially, all the three interfaces, Google Colab or Jupyter Notebook or VS Code, they are one and the same. The power of VS Code is in this software, I can run Java code, I can run Python code, I can run PySpark code, I can run C code, C++ code, any programming language is supported in VS Code. For Anaconda, that's not the case. Anaconda is mainly for the people from the data science and the AI background, right? So whatever code I do over here will run on your Google Colab. And to be very honest, I said on VS Code, anything can run, right? So in VS Code, see over here, these are extensions. This is the place from where I can download any extension. Like I downloaded Python first of all, right? I downloaded Python. You see, I have the uninstall button. Then I also downloaded Jupyter Notebook. This one by Microsoft. Uninstall is there. So whichever software I want to download, I write it over here. If I want to download Java, I can download the debugger for Java. And there are many things, here, if you want to open a CSV file, that extension is also there, Excel Viewer. So you have an Excel file, you can download extension and you can see the Excel file here itself. So basically, this extensions can be considered like the Play Store for the VS Code. So this is very convenient for the developers. Hence, it is most popular among the developers. So if you ever get some time, please consider installing VS Code and exploring it by watching some video on YouTube. But you can continue in Google Colab as well. Absolutely no problem. Essentially here, what I want to say is, there is one more, PyCharm, which is also available. I'm not talking about it. Spider is also there. Which one will you choose from the above list? Well, number one, you can use Google Colab. It is free, but it needs internet connection. Okay, so that is always the best. Second choice, you can go ahead with Jupyter Notebook. This is offline, or you can go ahead with the Visual Studio Code. This is also offline. So for Jupyter Notebook, you have to mainly go for Anaconda distribution as described above. And for VS Code, you will download VS Code from the website which I showed you. For Mac, for Windows, simply download it from here. Next, install and finish, right? See here, Control L, YouTube. I say download VS Code because I don't want to download it. Windows 11. Let's look at some latest video. This is 9 months back. As you can see, same process, right? So here, you click on download, then download this little 9 months back, little different UI. Then you download. After that, you will get the software. Accept, next, install and finish. Right? So finish, launch it. Then you have it. VS Code is open. It will ask you to choose the themes and all that you do it. Then you go to the extension store and download Python first of all. Right? So VS Code is open. And thereafter that, I can say download Jupyter Notebook on VS Code. And that's 1 year old. That's okay, but I think should be sufficient. See, VS Code open. Extensions. See this pointer extensions. Here, he will search for Python because see, Jupyter Notebook is just that interface. You need to install Python first. Python, click on install and it will do that thing. See, observe here. Install. Once it is done, you'll search for Jupyter Notebook. Install and then done. So after that, once it is installed, I simply went over here, Control S, and close this, and I'll show you what I did. Control Q. Now, if you see carefully, friends, whatever coding work which I want to do today, I have created a folder day 2 and I want to do it here. So what I do is I open my VS Code first, then file, open folder, and choose that folder which you want to work. So once you click on that, then all the items in that folder are here. Click on this plus, and here you can say that my notebook.ipynb, that you have to type it. If you don't type it, it will create a text file. So you type this and it will create a notebook. Then you click on the code cell and same thing. From here, I'm deleting this file. So next thing which I want to show you is if you look over here, right? Even if I look at the very basic notebook here, while doing anything, you can see over here the data structures that we have used, right? So this is dictionary, list of dictionaries. So the first fundamental thing which we need to understand for starting our text pre-processing is the basics of Pandas library. So first of all, Pandas. Pandas is a fast, powerful, flexible, and easy to use open source library for doing any data analysis or manipulation. So when you think about creating any notebook, even for our text pre-processing, which I did just happen to show you over here, right? So how did you end up creating this? You need Pandas for it. You see, this PD is the extension for it. This is the library that we have imported, and hence Pandas is mainly used for data manipulation. So how do we use it? I say import Pandas as PD. So we are importing the Pandas library. If you want to see the version of any library, right up to deep learning or generative AI, you just have to say __ version __. Every function of Pandas library is going to be PD dot. Even if Google Colab gives you a different version, absolutely no problem. It is one and the same thing. So now, let me talk about it. Pandas has two main data structures. The first one is the series and the second one is the data frame. We will talk about it. You know why I like using VS Code? Because of the suggestions which I get. The suggestions are coming because of the generative tool called as GitHub Copilot. I am using it. GitHub Copilot cost 800 rupees per month, but it really facilitates my coding speed. And I think it very well helps the participants of my training to get detailed notes, which are not available. If I had to type it, I'll type only limited things. So I think this is helpful for you in the long run to understand the things. So, or let's say, what is series? Well, let's get started with it. Series syntax. The syntax of the series is pd.series, and you need to give the data and the index. So let's say I am creating a series. S is equal to pd.series 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Every function is pd dot, and I don't need to explain you a lot because the series is exactly similar like a list: 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. And you can recall that's exactly what you studied. And what is the proof of that? First of all, let me print that series. Index is printed, values printed. Let me also print the data type of series. So it's a Pandas core series. Next thing, the indexing of series is also similar. So if I say what is S of 0, it will say 10. S of 1, I'll say this. Similarly, the slicing is in series is also very similar to list. If I say S of 0:3, it will go from 0 to 2. 10, 20, 30 will be the output. Similarly, if I say S of 2 colon, so it will go from 2 till the end, 30, 40, 50 will be the output. Similarly, if I say S of colon 3, then it will go from 0 to 3 minus 1, 10, 20, 30 will be the output. And you can actually compare, it has to be the same. We have already written about 10, 20, 30, 30, 40, 50, 10, 20, 30. This was about series. Now I am going to get started with the data frame. A data frame has this syntax. Let's understand it. Data frames are mainly used to work with the data being read. Now, what am I doing is I am downloading a very simple data set so that we understand it. This is the data on which I'm working. Very, very simple. This is a very small data. What is this data about? This data is about students. Henry, his overall grade is A. He is obedient. Research score is 90. Project score is 80. Based on that, will you recommend him some scholarship? I'll say yes. Look at David. F grade, not obedient. 10 and 17, which is very less marks. Will a grant be recommended? No. In this way, we have the data. Now, I'll first download the data from my GitHub. Right click, save as. I'm saving it in my data. Now, because I saved it over here and my notebook is opened over here, the student records.csv is available. Now, I want to read a CSV file. df is equal to pd.readcsv is the function, and I say student underscore records.csv. And if I just say df, the data frame is being printed. There are many functions available. We are not discussing all, but see, you can read so many files. Reads data, clipboard, CSV, Excel, Feather, FWF, GBQ. If a need arises, you can learn about this as well. For now, I read it. Now listen to me very carefully. The difference between a series and a data frame is that series is one-dimensional in nature. Data frame is two-dimensional. This data frame consists of 8 rows and 6 columns. And every column of the data frame, consider this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this. Every column of data frame is a series. So data frame essentially is a collection of series. That's why I said that there are two data structures, series and data frame. Now the advantage over here is I can also capture the screenshot of this and add it as a cell which comes over here as an image for you. This can be done in Jupyter Notebook as well. Like for example, my Jupyter Notebook is open parallelly. If I come over here and I open up this advanced Python programming, which we just opened, see, you have everything. This will be helpful for you. There's only one problem. The problem is these images, they will not load in Colab. Code will be visible except these images. So that is another advantage of downloading this offline version notebook. Now the next thing, I want to find the total number of rows and columns in this data frame. That is done using the shape attribute. I just say df dot shape, and you can see it says that it is a tuple, basics of Python, right? 8 rows, 6 columns. Okay. In the same way, imagine this data to be really very big. Let us take one such data. I'm going over here. This is the Superstore data set. Let me download it, then we'll talk about it. Very big. There are 10,000 records over here. Let me show you the data. Now, you can see the Excel file right on the screen. So friends, understand what is this data set. This is a big data set. If you come down, the last row is 9994. It is a data set like Amazon. It is a Superstore data set. If you see carefully, there are 3 categories: furniture, office supplies, technology. These are all the US cities. Country is only United States. So it's a US data only. Customer data, customer name, who ordered. So on what date he ordered, what is the order ID, postal code of the customer, ID of the product that he ordered, name of the product that he ordered, quantity ordered, from which region of US he ordered, central, east, south, west. The categories are divided into 3 segments: consumer, corporate, home office. Then the shipping date, the shipping mode. You can see the following are the shipping modes, just like an Amazon data, right? Nothing great. All the US states, there are around 17 subcategories, 3 categories, and rest all you can see as the subcategories: accessories, appliances, arts, etc. Discount offered to each customer, profit, quantity ordered, return on sales, and the sales. That's the data. I'm closing it. Now, if I have to read this data set, what is the name of the data set? Superstore.csv file. Or I'm downloading the same data in Excel format so that you also come to know how to read a Excel file. Opening. Same, exactly same. It is just that the extension is .xls. Same data. How many rows? See, 9995. Closing it. Now coming back to our point. I want to read that. How will I read it? It's a Superstore data set. So SS is equal to PD dot read Excel. And the name of the file is what? Superstore.xls. I copied it. But there is one catch over here. In Excel file, when you open it, have a close look at the data. There are 3 sheets: sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3. You have to read sheet 1, right? So it's very important that you specify. In CSV file, there are no concept of sheets. So by default, there is only one thing to read, but in Excel, you have to specify that. So I will say over here that sheet name is equal to sheet 1. And now when I say SS, this is taking too much space on the screen. So is it showing me all the 9994 rows and columns? No. It is showing me, if you look carefully, it is showing me the first 5 rows, then there's a dot, 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 and then the next 5 rows. And it's taking too much space on my screen. So what I would like to do is I would like to print the first 5 rows only. It is like looking at a person's passport size photograph to understand the person rather than printing everything. And that is done by head function. See this. Head will display the first 5 rows. Coming down. If you want to print the last 5 rows, tail. You can see it ends at 9993. Last 5 rows are being printed. Here also, if I say ss.shape, it will tell me there are 9,994 rows and 31 columns. Okay, this is good. Now the thing is, let me ask you, there are how many categories? How many unique categories are there? Let me ask you then, how many unique subcategories are there? How many unique overall grades are there? Because here you can see the entire data. In the Superstore, there were 10,000 records. It was so difficult. But here, if I ask you how many unique overall grids are there, I can see A, B, C, E, and F. 5. D is not there. 5 unique grids. How many unique values are there in the obedient column? If I ask which student got the highest marks in the research score, then I say how many students got distinction, that is above 75, and are recommended. Like this Henry got above 75 and he is recommended. So what I want to tell you over here is, because it's a very small data, we can also call it as a toy data. Whatever operations we see on this, the same will be working perfectly on Superstore as well. So it does not matter how many rows are there. If a code works for this, the same code will work for this. The only reason I'm considering the smaller data frame is we can instantly cross-check our answers. Here, if I don't use head, it displays it because there are limited rows. Now the thing is, if I want to select a single column from the data frame, I have two ways of doing it. The name of the data frame is df. You can say df dot column name or df square bracket single quotes column name. Either use this or this. So let's say if I want to select one single column of the data frame, the first one is use a dot operator. So if I want to select, let's say, the overall grade column, so df dot overall grade, and I'm done. And you see the output is a series. Similarly, the second way is using the square bracket notation, df square bracket overall grade. Selection of the column is very important. So over here, among these two, I would say this is a better or a recommended way. I'll tell you the advantage. If this overall grade even has a space in between overall and grade, this will work. But here, imagine if there is a space in between these two, this syntax will fail. That's why I say this is preferred. Now we are good to get started. The first thing is, what I want to do is I want to find the unique values in recommend column. So what are the unique values in the recommend column? Yes and no. How do I do it? You use the unique function. How? First and foremost, you select the recommend column and then say dot unique. Yes and no. Yes. And the output is here. Yes and no. Similarly, if you want to find the count of unique values, like for example, in the recommend column, I see that there are total 8 values. And the unique values are yes and no. 3 yes and 5 no. Imagine when you have a real big data set, it's very difficult for us to do it manually. But we have value count method over here. Instead of dot unique, you use value counts and you get the thing. How many yes, how many no, that too in the descending order. And that is something which is the beauty of it. Going further down. Now I say, I want to add a new column over here. And that new column will be called as total score. Very meaningful thing, right? So basically what will come over here is 90 plus 85 will come here. 85 plus 51 will come here. 10 plus 17 will come here. So on and so forth. So I'm going to prepare the result of the student. Understand how? How do I select the research score column? Because I know that I want to ultimately find out the total of this and this column. How do I select the research score column? Using the square bracket notation, df square bracket. I can write double quotes or single quotes, research score. Added with project score. And where to save the result? Square bracket total. Automatically a new column would be created. You don't believe me? Have a look at this. That is the power of Pandas. We have to do few more advanced tasks. Now the next thing which I want to do is I want to further add a column over here, which is called as percentage. And what is that going to be is this is going to be total is 175, assuming that two subjects are there, each of 100 marks. So that's how I will calculate the percentage. So I say F percentage is equal to df of total column divided by this. So there is no need to use the for loop. It will automatically go from top to bottom. That is why this is advanced Python. Multiplied by 100. And then I say, let's print df. The next thing which I am planning to do is I am planning to round off the percentage column, not to 2 decimals, but 0 decimals. So how do I do this? I can do this with the help of the round function, right? So there are two ways I can do it. I can do that with the help of a round function, or there is a library which is called as NumPy. It also has the round function. NumPy is fast as compared to the basic Python function. So I'll be using the NumPy's function. So I am going to say, let me import the NumPy library. So you need to understand what is this num means. Num means numerical and py means Python. This library is super fast for doing the numerical stuff. So here, import NumPy as NP. And then what I want to do, I want to round off the percentage column. So I say, after rounding off, so let's say, this 87.5 becomes 88. I have two options. I can save it as a new column, or maybe I overwrite over here. Overwrite, second option is good. No point in having two extra columns. So I say that my df of percentage is equal to NumPy's round function. So what I'm saying over here is, I want to round off percentage column to 2 decimals, right? That's exactly entire thing which I pass into np.round. Round up percentage column to 0 decimals, and whatever is the result, save it back into the same column. And now that you have this, we look at this. Now, if I want to check the data type of each and every column, I can say d types. Now look at this very carefully. It says research score is integer. Yes. Percentage should be float. Yes. Total is integer. Okay. And name, overall grade, obedient, recommend, they all are of data type string. In Pandas, string is nothing but object. So don't get confused. Wherever you see object, it is essentially a string. But do not call it as string, call it as object only. This is just an analogy. I can also say df.info. The advantage of this is, see over here. It says that, listen to this. This df is a Pandas data frame. There are 8 rows inside this, going from index 0 to 7. There are total 8 columns. That's why we call it as the info of the data frame. It says these are the columns. Then how many non-null values are here? 8, 8, 8, so on and so forth. So if you see anywhere number less than 8, that means that is a missing value. And the data type of every column which was printed here, it automatically comes here. There it says, 1 float data type column is there, 3 integer and 4 object. Overall, this data set is taking 644 bytes in the memory. So that's the info function. Coming back to our data frame. The next thing which I want to do is, percentage column is in float, but now that we see everywhere there is dot 0. Is it okay if I convert it to integer? Because anyways after dot there is a 0. Because float is going to take more memory and integer is going to take less memory. That is why I'm thinking about it. So how do I do it? So I say, I want to convert the data type of percentage column to integer, and that is done using the as type function by saying a percentage column will become the percentage column converted to integer data type. Essentially, I'm saying that take this percentage column and convert it to the data type integer, and whatever is the result, save it back into the same column. And you can see now it is integer. Okay. Now you know what? I wish to calculate the result of the student. I want to find out which is the topper. So for finding out the topper, don't you think it would be better if the students are sorted in the descending order of their marks or percentage? I say sort the students on the descending order of the percentage column. You have the sort values. So I say, listen to this very carefully. Data frame is equal to data frame dot sort values. It asks me that, hey, you want this to be sorted by which column? I say I want it to be sorted by the percentage column. And there is a parameter called as ascending whose default value is true. So if you don't write this highlighted part, it will sort in the ascending order. So I have to say ascending is equal to false. And I got it. You can see the data frame is sorted. There is one problem which I noted. And the problem is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 0, 5, 3, 1, 6. So the index numbers are now gone. That's why I didn't teach the index-based searching first, because indexes can get shuffled. You can get rid of these issues by resetting your index. How do I do so? I say, I want to perform the resetting of the index. So I just have to say that data frame's new value will be df.resetIndex. But I just want to show you, I'll first comment out this entire code and I want to show you that if I don't write this drop equal to true, what happens? My data frame is resetted. This is now resetted. But did you see after that, the next column is name, but here the next column is index. So this index actually got shifted as a new column, which I don't like. So if you don't want this to happen, then you need to use the drop equal to true parameter. It will ensure that this new column is not created only. See now that things are not there. We are sorted. And we have this. Now let's do filtering on the data frames. I want to find out all the names of the students who scored more than 80% marks. So percentage must be more than that. So df of first, let us select the percentage column greater than 80. See, this is going to select the percentage column and this is going to say greater than 80. First two got, so it is saying true. Rest of them did not get, it is saying false. This is correct, but imagine this data frame to be not 7 but 7,000 records. So I will go crazy if I look into each of these values from 0 to 7,000. And anyway, this does not solve my problem because it says that I only want the name of the students. This is not the name. So one thing is for sure that I am looking to check for this condition. I don't say I'm not looking for this condition. I am looking for this condition in the data frame. I say in my data frame, I am looking for this condition. Wherever this condition is true in my data frame, get me the records. So this looks little weird for the first time when you see it, but this is how you are indexing. From my data frame, look for this condition because this is returning me true or false. So wherever it was true, those all rows are returned. In the same way, they are asking me for the names. Now you see overall, the output is a data frame. And if I have to select the column of a data frame, I know the syntax for the square bracket double quote name. And that gets me all the names. So I did want the data frame. I only want the name. I took it like that. In the same way, I say I want to find all the names of the students who scored more than 70 in research score and more than 80 in project score. Well, which are the students who have got more than 70 in research score? These are the ones who have got more than 70 in research score. That's what I see. And who are the ones who have got more than 80 in project score? Is only this. So can I say the output of this must be only and only Henry? Correct? The question is, how do we get it? It's very simple. We have to look for the students who scored more than 70 in research and more than this. So basically, in my data frame, I have to look for two conditions. Condition number 1 and condition number 2. Python operator. What is the first condition? Where the research score column is having greater than 70. Second is where the project score column is greater than 80. So that's exactly what we have. So when I run this, see, I'm getting the record of only Henry because we looked for first condition second condition with a and in between inside the data frame. And we are only interested in the name of the student. So it's going to be like this. And that's exactly what is Henry. The next thing what I want to do is I want to create a column called as status and assign pass if a student scored more than 40 marks and fail if the student scored less than that. Okay, so greater than 40 pass, else fail. How do I do it? I can create a user defined function. You can call it by any name. So I say calculate result. This will be passed with the percentage. And if the percentage is greater than 40, it has to return pass, else it will return fail. So over here, now how do I call this? So this is created. If I call this function, let me just give it. If I call this function, then I should be able to create a new column. So I am saying df of status is equal to df of percentage dot calculate this. Now understand this very carefully, then I'll explain you. I say df dot percentage dot apply. So apply. So I'm saying that hey, on the percentage column, I want you to apply the function calculate result. On the percentage column, I want you to apply the function calculate result. So what will happen is this will automatically give a call to the calculate result function here, and it will pass the very first value 88. So that 88 comes here. Is 88 greater than 40? Yes, return pass. It's here. Then it automatically passes 86. 86 comes here. Is 86 greater than 40? Yes, return pass. Then it automatically passes 73. 73 is over here. Is 73 greater than 40? Yes, return pass. So on and so forth. A time will come where it may pass 25. 25 is passed. Is 25 greater than 40? No, return fail. And thus it completes. That's how this works over here. So going ahead, the next thing which I want to talk about is group by. Like for example, I want to find out what is the average percentage of the students who passed versus the average percentage of the students who failed. If I ask you to do this task manually to find out the average percentage of the students who passed, you will be finding out the average of this and you'll be finding out the average of this and displaying it. So you have to group by the status column and do it. The idea is I say data frame dot group by, and here is where we need to specify which column. So I'll give status. And after status, I want to look at what average, right? So average is given by the mean. So if I say this, it will give me each and every column, maybe an error also, because there is a parameter over here, numeric only equal to true. Let me explain you now. Pay attention. df dot group by status. So the moment I say group by status, it will be separating out the pass from fail because you are grouping the pass and fail. Done grouping, yellow box and pink box ready. Then I say, I want you to find out the average. So what will it do? It will find out the average of this, save it somewhere. It will find out the average of this, save it somewhere. Similarly, average of this, average of this. Similarly, average of this, average of this. And it will also try to find out average of this, which is the reason it gave an error. So you have to only specify numeric only equal to true so that it doesn't consider these columns. And it has found out average of all. I can show you if I run this. So pass fail wise, the average marks in research score for pass and fail, average mark in project score for pass and fail, average marks for total and percentage. But I don't want all. So I will select only the percentage column which I wanted because all others I'm not interested in. And the average percentage scored by the students who failed is 19.5 and the passed is 71.5. The next thing, so index based. So if this is my data frame, how can I do index based search? Internally, although you see this column names as this, but they are typed by us while creating the Excel file. These are also by default taken from Excel. So these all are given by us. Forget about what we have given internally Python without telling us. It is saving over here some internal names, and they are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here also internal names 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fortunately, these are same, but here they are not the same. These are the ones given by us, and these are the internal ones. And if I wish to access, let's say, this much part in the data frame, it will ask me which rows you want to select and which columns you want to select. In the data frame, it is asking me which rows and which columns you want to select. So I want to select row number 0, follow the pink index, row number 0 to row number 4. I will say 0:5, because when you say 0:5, it will go up to 5 minus 1. So 0 to 4. And columns I want from 0 to 2. So I will say 0 to 3. So it will select 0, 1, 2. You know why I got the error? Because you need to write over here dot ilog. Did we get the output exactly as expected? Yes. Now, what is ilog? Ilog stands for implicit location. So, implicit location are the locations of the rows and columns in the data frame which are not visible to us, and it is used to access it implicitly. So, internally, however, we can access them using ilog, and that's what is done. Now look at this. I'm copying this code. What if I want to use the indexes into the yellow box, the ones which are there in yellow box? So as per yellow box, I want to select from 0 to 4. So I will say 0:4. And here I want name to obedient. So here I will say name colon obedient. And now you get an error because you are accessing the yellow indexes or yellow box. You need to write lock. That was implicit location. This is explicit location. First, you see whether you are getting the output as expected. I am. So this is called as explicit location. If you want to access explicit location, number one, your start and same is exactly what it is. It's not one value ahead. Just like here also, name to obedient 0 to 4. Name to obedient 0 to 4. But in ilog, it is one value ahead in both because it is considering the Python's internal indexes. Like in list slicing also, if it says 0:4, it goes up to 4 minus 1. Same funda. So that is how you can do it using slicing. And now I think you understand that the earlier approach which I showed you is much, much better. So we are completed with this part. So I'm going to talk about the various types of GPT models which are available. As you can see over here, you have the various categories of the GPT. So getting started with your Write for Me GPT, then you talk about productivity GPT, then you talk about the Canva GPT, programming GPT. We'll be exploring all of this. And then you'll be looking into the designer GPT and all of these GPTs. So we get started with our very first PPT. Now, where will you find all of this information? Well, if you open up your ChatGPT, it's important to understand a few parameters. Whenever you want to write a prompt into ChatGPT, that goes over here. And if you are using the paid version, like if I click here on my profile and if I go to settings, you can see over here in the subscription part, I'm using the paid version of ChatGPT. Okay. Because of this, you don't get only the GPT-4o model mini, which you are getting. I'm getting the GPT-4, which is most advanced. I want to tell you that here, if you see, I have some additional GPTs available. Explore GPTs. Paid version only has it. And the first GPT, which we are going to look over here, is Writing GPT. This GPT is focused on content generation, writing assistance, or editing. I can ask it to write for me any tailored content focusing on the need of the audience and the SEO. Let me go to Write for Me GPT. This is nothing new over here because it is the basic GPT only, but let's look into it. Clicking on this. What does it say? This is by the organization Puzzle.today, 4.3 star rating. And what is it mainly for? It says you can write tailored, engaging content with a focus on quality, relevance, and precise word count. That's very important, right? Your GPT can't do this, the OpenAI one. This is fine-tune. Fine-tune means it has been trained to act in a specific way. And this has the web search capabilities, code interpreter, data analysis, and DALI images. Let's start. And it has given me some inputs like write a 1,000-word blog about the future of Sora. Keep it authentic and conversational. So you see over here, the output, if I do the same thing, Control C and opening a chat GPT and doing it, not doing it in the Write for Me GPT. Now see over here. So this is also doing the same, that is also doing the same. And both of them are equally good when it comes to write for me GPT. Because this, which is the 4.0 model, it also has all these capabilities and it is writing 1,000 word essay. And if you look into this model, this also has the same capability. So absolutely no difference. The only thing is both of them are having their own pros, and ultimately it is nothing but the same chat GPT. So there is nothing more to be discussed on it because it is essentially the same. Okay. Going ahead, let me ask it right to my right for me GPT that in generative AI, a student who has just learned basics of Python, right from data types to object-oriented programming. And now I wish to proceed my journey to generative AI with the steps and bullet points on what all should I study to be an expert in generative AI from this point. And let's see what is right ChatGPT generating us. To become an expert in generative, look over here. You need to strengthen your basics of this, reading the CSV JSON files, build confidence in writing Python scripts, and thereafter learn machine learning basics. So the upcoming case study which I'm going to take on the text processing is going to end in creating machine learning model as well for you. So that will be even more helpful for you. Then neural networks is something which is very, very important. And understanding neural network is not a easy job, friends. Then you become eligible to get started with generative AI basics. So then you can see, you understand what is the difference between discriminative AI and generative AI. What is discriminative AI? Machine learning and deep learning talks about discriminative AI. Like, tell me, we will train a model on various images of a remote and a mobile. And then I'll give, after training, image of a remote, and I'll ask it that, tell me what is this object? So it should say that it is a remote. Or if I ask, hey, tell me what is this object? It should say that this is a phone. This is called as discriminative AI, distinguishing between a cat versus a dog, or a message as a spam or a ham is discriminative AI. So you can understand, understand the overall journey. This output is very important. Then you get started with the autoencoders. We are going to study autoencoders, generative adversarial networks, transform. You see exactly it's there in the curriculum, but then look at this. Understanding natural language processing and the concepts like tokenization. This is what we are going to study. Then you get into the transformer-based architecture, diffusion models, awesome. Basically, models responsible for creating image, reinforcement learning. Then using the models which are directly available, the Hugging Face. Then mastering prompt engineering. So we are starting with this part, non-technical part first. Then building applications, ethical considerations, right? Like you going to the ChatGPT and saying that, hey, let's say I'm going to ChatGPT and I'm asking ChatGPT, tell me 10 ways of killing someone without getting caught. And look at the response. I'm sorry, but I can't assist you with the request. If you have a different question, feel free to ask. I'll be there to help you out. Let me ask you, tell me 10 ways of committing suicide in my bedroom. I'm really sorry that you're feeling this way. Please know that you don't have to face these feelings alone. And there are people who care deeply about you. See how nicely it replied, right? So this is what, giving you some country special, and the content may violate our things. Okay. I'm asking, hack the SBI account of my father. But I can't assist you with that. Hacking is illegal. So you understand over here that these all things are really nice when it comes to models. And that's exactly what we are talking about, ethical considerations. OpenAI model is properly disconnecting it. Then AI infrastructure. And then as you can see that it says keep on studying, participate on hackathons and all. And look at the duration proposed. We have this so far. And right for me is a very straightforward one, productivity GPT. Now this is where it's better. This helps in increasing the efficiency in the tasks or workflows. Canva. So Canva makes designing easy by crafting designs from your description. So it is perfect for the beginners and the pros because it helps you to make social media posts and presentations and turn text into images. Okay. So for that, Canva GPT, this one. Elevate your design game with Canva GPT by Khadin Akbar. Create stunning graphics for social media, marketing, education, and events. generate custom ideas, layouts, and tailored. Canva GPT is fine-tuned for specifically answering questions or anything related to the graphics. So if you ask a question related to any kind of graphic creation, the graphic creation of this Canva GPT graphic designer AI is going to be better than the ChatGPT 4.0 because they have taken ChatGPT 4.0 and given a special training on the Canva. And that is the reason the output of this is expected to be better. So we say that this model is fine-tuned. We say that this model is fine-tuned for doing this. So as you can see over here, elevate your design game with Canva GPT. Create stunning graphics for social media, marketing, education, and events. Generate design ideas, layouts, and templates tailored to your need, perfect for creators, small businesses, and educators. Let's look at some examples. It says, help me design a vibrant Instagram story for a sale. Can your ChatGPT do it? Of course, yes. But this will do it better because it is designed for that. Let me ask, suggest a flyer for a charity event. So you can see over here. To suggest a flyer for a charity, I need a little bit of more detail. And then I'll ask to create a template. So I say that the details of your choice and go ahead. Also print the details what you are assuming before going ahead. So the event is fundraising for the local children because I don't have time to give all these things step by step. So I'm saying that, okay, date and time is this, location is this, etc., etc. Now I'll suggest a flyer concept using this. So concept one, elegant and formal. So layout is going to be a vertical A4 flyer. Top section, event name like Great Vibes or Play Fair Display, accompanied by a icon like star or a candle to symbolize middle section about this, bottom section about this. Color scheme, gold, white, pastel accents, pink accents, and imagery of soft glow or abstract sparkles to evolve the elegance and warmth, and so on. It has given me some nice, elegant designs and the one which I can choose from the Canva. So that is what is the Canva GPT. If you look into this, to demonstrate the use of the Canva GPT, like designing visually appealing content for coffee shop's new product. After opening these all things, we say over here, a coffee shop is launching a new product called a Sunrise Brief, described as smooth, cold coffee with caramel and chocolate hints, designed to start your morning with warmth and energy. So the prompt is create an image for social media post to announce the launch of Sunrise Brief. The image should show the warmth of the morning and the rich flavors of the caramel. Use the elements like sunrise or morning light and steaming coffee to suggest a fresh start of the day. The design must be welcoming, energizing, and look over here at include the text introducing the Sunrise Brief. Start your day with a flavor adventure in clear font. And let's give it. It has suggested me everything. Create an image for the same. And now it is giving me all the possible things which you can do in the Canva. Now, if you do the same thing with ChatGPT, it will actually do the things for you. Like for example, if I'm going to ChatGPT and I ask that, okay, create an image for social media, it will directly go to DALI and create an image. Because I said create an image for social media. But in Canva, it is giving you the steps where you can go to Canva and ensure that the things are done. See this. It is not that great. And of course, why will we want chocolate 2 times? And what is this? That is the power of Canva GPT. Here, see, it's not really great if you see over here, right? So what are they exactly trying to say? So it looks like some image is being corrupted. You can use DALI for doing some generic stuff, but not for these. That is where these things come into picture. Programming GPT, for that you have the designer GPT in place. So this creates and hosts beautiful websites seamlessly introducing DALI generated images. Let's look at it, right? So I say create a tech startup homepage and then send to Replit. Would you like me to use the image generated using DALI? And I'm saying yes. I say using DALI. Yes, I'm ready. You can go and generate it. Tech homepage. You can see over here how beautiful and nice is the homepage. In fact, here as well. Let's explore the designer GPT tab over here. See over there. An online store wants to create visually appealing website design or product landing page. The design must be modern, user friendly. Provide a design concept for the website or the product launching page, and the design must include header and all these things. I'm copying it, going to my GPT and pasting it. Ask me, would you like to go use a DALI generated image for website, or you prefer Unsplash links for imagery? So let's say this time, go ahead with this. And now you are getting the HTML code. What will you do with the HTML code? You'll copy it. Hold on, let it get generated. Meanwhile, I'll open up my notepad and I copy it, saving it as tech.html. Let's see how the website looks like. And copying this, and let me try in the incognito mode. Look at this. Welcome to the store. Discover our exciting product. Explore new this. Featured product. Image by Unsplash. Now, this image. We have to choose what image we want. It didn't come over here. Then you see over here, pop-up offer products. And what is left out is the product links, which we have to put into the backend. If I right click and I say view page source. So wherever these links are there, they are the ones which are not getting printed. Like for example, if I say right click, inspect this image, right? This image is something which is not available. So here, if I replace it by some other image, then it is sorted. So let's say technology logo. I'm just randomly searching it. Let me call this image as AA. I come over here and this online link is not working, but I can give the local link for now. This image is there. You can see it's loaded, and I say Control S. I can close this, and you see over here. So just that you have to do the small necessary changes, and it is done. But your website is ready. That is the advantage of the designer GPT. For research, you have this consensus, which is a scientific research assistant leveraging AI to synthesize insights from the academic papers. So again, this thing can be done by ChatGPT as well, but this is going to be relatively better for doing any kind of paper. Like for example, let's go on to this consensus, and then I'll show you one really nice thing. This is the architecture on which the ChatGPT is based. This is the research paper. Then I say, ask a research chat directly with the world scientific literature. Get simple explanations. So I say, explain the abstract of this paper in simple words. And this model is much, much more better for doing this. So as a research scientist, you can understand, you are able to quickly understand what a paper is. You're doing a PhD, you have 70 papers to be studied, you can quickly figure out which paper is meaningful to you using this research GPT. So it says background. Previous methods said RNN and CNNs are complex. So what is new? Author proposes transformer architecture. Advantage, parallelization, one of the biggest advantage, and significantly lesser training time, but superior results. And that is how the paper goes ahead with the things. So in this way, you have a lot of GPTs in the market, which can help you to achieve this. Khan Academy Education GPT, we had seen it. And that's it. Let's get started with the prompting techniques. Prompts consist of following points. First one is instruction. So this is nothing but the core directive of the prompt. What you want to do it, called as an instruction. Like for example, you are saying the following text. Give the text. This is called as an instruction. It's a clear action for the model. The second part of a prompt, whenever you're giving input, is the context. So what is context? Additional information that helps the model understand the broader scenario or background. Like I told you, economic downturn, provide investment advice. Considering the economic downturn, this provides the model with a backdrop against which to frame the response. That is how it is helpful. Then the third one is the input data. This is specific information or data you want the model to process. It could be a paragraph, a set of numbers, or even a single word. In the last helpful in role-playing scenarios, since this element guides the model on the format or the type of the response desired. You going to ChatGPT and saying that rewrite the sentence, right? So let's say if I go to ChatGPT and I say, this is one of the sentences. I go to ChatGPT. Okay, thank you for enrolling. We look forward for doing this thing. Now, what is output? I say Shakespeare of Shakespeare, rewrite the below sentence. Now you see gratitude, Simplilearn saying you gratitude profound for thy enrollment. Attention, though the program inductions on a 27th day of January in the year 2025 at the hour of 7 past noon IST. Till then, fare thee well. So, what we call as the fourth part of the prompt, right? So, these are the components of prompt. And with this, since there are so many components of prompt, there comes the various available prompting techniques as well. And I'm going to get started with the very first prompting technique, which is very, very simple. So the first prompting technique is the zero shot prompting. What is zero shot prompting? Well, this is something which you already know. In the sense, zero shot prompting in prompt engineering is a technique where you ask AI to perform a particular task, or you answer a question without any prior training on a specific task, and AI will answer it on the basis of its general knowledge. Like me asking the model, you can analyze the emotions expressed in a text. Tell me if the sentence is positive, negative, or neutral. The model is saying it expresses positive emotion. The word fantastic conveys this. I'm just pasting the prompt over here. I'm taking the example of machine translation, where I say you can translate languages but haven't been specifically trained on Klingon. Start by translating this to French. And we don't know what this is. What is the meaning of that? I'm talking about machine translation. Or me saying to the model, one last example, rewrite the following nursery rhyme in the Shakespeare sonnet. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are, up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. I'm saying that, oh, gentle star that twinkles in the night, how wondrous though thy gone, whatever it is. So what are we doing over here? You are asking a question, you are getting the answer. But you know what? Sometimes you ask a question, but you still don't get a satisfactory answer. I was once delivering a session for Godrej Industries in Mumbai, Vikhroli. I was telling them what is the importance of using the chatbot, how it is helpful. Those people were mainly from the finance domain. He almost argued with me that these all tools are of no use because they don't exactly understand. I once used ChatGPT for replying to an email, and my manager immediately called me and says, "Today you have sent it to me. Please do not send such kind of emails to the client because the way it was written, right? ChatGPT usually writes it in a little US type of English accent, which we never type it, so it's very easily understandable. Therefore, how to ensure that the model is writing in the style that you want it to write, and that is exactly where we go on to one shot prompting, that now the model is not understanding what you want. So in one shot prompting, you give it an example to understand what you want. Like, look at this now. I say, you are a creative writing assistant. Here is an example poem about a cat. Whiskers twitching, eyes so bright, a funny friend, a playful sprite, paws that pad and claws that scratch, a purring cuddle, a loving catch. I'm giving it my writing style. And I say, write a poem in the same style about a dog. Now, see over here, it will exactly catch up my tone. The way Darshan writes a poem, I will write it in the same way for him. Tail a wagging, eyes that gleam, a loyal heart, a playful dream. Paws that raise, a nose that sniffs, a bark of joy, a bond that lives. That is called as one-shot prompting. And let's say, if I don't do it like that, and if I just say that, hey, write a poem about a dog, will it follow that style? That is why the Godrej person's manager shouted on him, because he knows that this is not his writing style. So that is what is one-shot prompting. We'll see few more examples of this. The next one, I say, can you translate sentences to Spanish? Here is an example. I say, hello, how are you? Hola, como, what it is. Then I say, translate the following sentence. See, I'm following a syntax. I've given it a style. Hello, something, and then there is an arrow. Same style I have propagated down, and see how it answers. Thank you for your help. In the same style, it says, gracias por tu ayuda. Second example, one short prompting. This can also be helpful in code generation. I say, you are a code helper that can write simple Python functions. Here is an example of a function that adds two numbers. Def add Python, you know it, and do this, and this, and then I say, write a function that takes if the number is even. Now you'll be like, what is so great about it? I'll tell you what is great about it. If you see the function for addition, immediately below that, what am I having? I'm having what is that function doing? So I asked it to check whether the number is even or not. See, what is it going to do? That is written below. Same style. Then it is giving a call and the output is here. ChatGPT or the LLM can easily copy your style. It can also be helpful in creative text format. Like I'm saying, you can create script for a short comedy sketches. Here is an example. Scene 1, a library. Two friends are whispering. Friend 1 says, "Psst, did you finish reading that giant book?" Friend 2 says, "Shh, not even close. This thing is longer than my patience." And say, write a short script for the movie trailer in the similar humorous style. Just trying to make you realize with the help of these examples that it is one shot prompting and it has done a real great job. But sometimes it may be possible that you tried your level best and still it is not able to understand your style. That is where I propose you few short prompting. If your model is not able to understand on the basis of one sample example given, give it few sample examples. So how does the thing goes? Well, first you look at prompt engineering. Then inside this prompt engineering, you can go for zero shot prompting, else you go for one shot prompting, else you go for few shot prompting, else you go for the RAG. If not, then you go for fine tuning. Okay, we were on the few shot prompting. So I was saying, if your one shot prompting is still not giving you the good output as expected, you can go for few shot prompting. So few shot prompting means rather than giving one example, try to give two examples or three examples. Like me coming over here and saying, you can analyze the sentiment of a text, but also identify underlying emotions. Here are some examples. The movie was okay, I guess. Neutral, but with a hint of boredom. I finally finished that project, so relieved. Positive, with a relief as specific emotions. And I say, answer the sentiment of this sentence and identify any specific emotions present. I missed my flight, but luckily, I was able to rebook for tomorrow. Says neutral to slightly positive. Why? Along with justification in detail. What is the difference between this and the C? Prompt engineering is the name of the topic, and zero shot prompting, one shot prompting, few shot prompting are the techniques inside it. So prompt engineering, you know what is engineering? Engineering is creation. So prompt engineering is the creation of prompt. And we are looking at various techniques for creating the prompt. Zero shot, one shot, etc. That's it. Look at one more example. I say you can answer multiple choice questions, but need a few examples to understand the context and the answer format. Here is an example. What is the capital of France? A, London, B, Paris, C, Berlin. Answer, I say B, Paris. So what is the largest planet in our solar system? And I'm asking it the question and see, it answers exactly in the same format. Answer, colon this, answer, colon this. So it is able to read my style. Now, this is something really nice. I'm talking about text summarization and that too with keywords. So the interesting thing over here is I'm saying that you can summarize the text and highlight important keywords based on the few examples. And below this, I'm giving the article over here that, okay, this is the thing and how the summary is expected to be, that I'm giving it further below it. So you can see article here, and then summary says a new study shows that exercise improves memory and focus in older adults, and keywords at the end in the bracket. This is the style in which I am expecting. And now I am saying, summarize the news article and highlight the key terms. Scientists develop a new solar cell material with record-breaking efficiency. Summary and keywords. See, it's exactly following what I taught us. That's the best part of it. One last example I'd like to show. I'm talking about dialogue generation with personality. I say, you can generate conversations in different styles. Here are some examples between two friends. Alex is outgoing and Ben is a little shy. Alex says, hey Ben, did you see the new movie everyone's talking about? Ben says, yeah, looks great. Alex says, let's grab some pizza after work. Ben says, sounds good. Thanks for asking. Then I say, write the next line in the conversation, maintaining the personalities of Alex and Ben, which is this. It should understand that the personalities are outgoing and shy. So I'm giving it over here. Alex says, so what did you think about the movie? I thought it was hilarious. So what will Ben say? Let's see. Ben struggling. It had its moments. Some parts were funny, I guess. So see over here how it is able to get the context of it. Hence, we call it as the few shot prompting. The next is chain of thoughts. I'll directly show you the official research paper for chain of thoughts. That will make you understand how much important these concepts are. This is the official research paper for chain of thoughts. They are in huge demand in the industry. This is the latest research paper, and it's not by some small organization, it's by the Google research team. So such papers, which are so simple ideas, are also getting published. You can understand how much these things are industry relevant. 10 January 2023 by your people. Now look at this. This example is enough for us to understand. So here, this is the standard prompting. Roger has 5 tennis balls. He buys 2 more cans of tennis balls. Each can has 3 tennis balls. How many tennis balls does he have now? And this is few shot prompting. I am giving it a question and I am giving it the answer that the right answer is 11. I told you one shot prompting, few shot prompting. So this is one shot prompting. I give one question and the answer. Then I ask the question that, hey, the cafeteria has 23 apples. If they use 20 apples to make the lunch and 20 for 4 for 6 for this, how many apples do they have? The model says 27 and it is wrong. But what is chain of thoughts? Chain of thoughts is question is the same, but the way I gave the demo answer, I changed that thing over here. So here I say Roger started with 5 balls, 2 cans. So basically I am giving the model opportunity to understand that given this question, how the answer is 11. I'm giving model steps to understand how I came to the answer 11, which I was not giving over here. So model is understanding my thought process. Model is understanding how I am approaching the problem. That is why you call it as a chain of thoughts. I'm giving the model the thoughts which are going on in my mind when I'm solving the problem. Hence, we call it a chain of thoughts. So when I give it this, it will exactly start thinking like I was thinking over here. And you can see the output of the model. That is what is called as chain of thought prompting. So I'm going to show you something more below this. This is a 43-page research paper. Don't you think it is very funny that how can one write for 43 pages on such a stupid concept? Let's look at the practical side over here, which they have said. Few more examples are given, right? And here is where they have shown the examples, right? So if you are using standard prompting, Lambda model or Palm model are giving so many solving rate. But using chain of thought, see the solving for Lambda model capability increased and Palm also increased. So here also you can see this, right? Solving rate for chain of thought is very high. So they have proved their results, not just by giving examples. They have proved these things over here in these many papers. And then there are so many references and few more things. Chain of thought prompting involves guiding the AI to think through a problem step by step, just like how a person would do to improve the quality and the accuracy. Instead of just giving AI a question to answer, you prompt its thought process as it works through the problem. Like for example, if I say over here, find the area of the rectangle with the length of 5 centimeter and the width of 3 centimeter. I'm giving it steps. What is the formula for calculating the area of the rectangle? Then apply that formula. Then step 3, print the area of the rectangle. And then I'm asking, answer this. What is the area of the rectangle? So I'm telling it how to go ahead with it. So first, step 1, it for area of this is this. Then whatever you said in step 2, applying the formula, length is this, width is this, substituting this. And then third is area is 15 centimeters square. This is what is called as chain of thoughts prompting. Now you'll be like, where do you think this will be applicable? This is applicable in open-ended questions. Like for example, imagine you are planning a weekend getaway to a beach town. Here's how you might approach it. That is just for our understanding. So I say that list some factors to consider while choosing a beach destination: weather, activities, budget, etc., etc. Right? And then based on your considerations, brainstorm a few potential beach towns and pick a destination and explain your reasoning. So step one, weather. Is the weather suitable for outdoor activities? Check for sunshine, rain, or wind. Activities like swimming, snorkeling, etc. Accessibility, how to reach. Budget, crowd level, amenities, safety. Step two, potential towns: Goa, Pondicherry, Alibag, Kolam, Varkala. Step three, choose a destination. And Alibag is proximity to, but it knows I stay at Mumbai. Yes, because it has the memory part. Because it has the memory part, it knows I stay over here in Mumbai. And then asking me, should I give a detailed itinerary for Alibag? So if I give it a little bit more context, that I am looking for an budget international destination. And then it is again having the set of thoughts: Sri Lanka, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, and it is choosing Sri Lanka for me because it is shorter to India, and etc. things. So this is what is called as prompt engineering. One last technique which I want to talk about is self-consistency. What is self-consistency? Self-consistency in prompt engineering is a technique where you ask the AI to solve the same problem multiple times. Then compare the answers to select the most consistent one. I'll give an example of it, a very simple example so that you understand. And then we'll look at some practical ones. Without self-consistency prompting, if I ask the model, what is 14 into 12? The model says 168. But I say that this response might be wrong every time you run it. Maybe it gives an error also. Error in the sense it gives 169 for some time. Anything can happen, right? If you keep on running it again and again. With self-consistency, what you do is you give the same prompt multiple times. So you ask it, what is 14 multiplied by 12? You get this response. You again ask it, what is 14 multiplied by 12? You get this response. You again ask it, what is 14 multiplied by 12? You again get, so 168, 160, this time it gives 172. That is wrong, right? So you again ask it, what is this? It says 168. You again ask it, what is this? It says 168. Now, out of these all results, which result came out most of the times? Which result is most consistent? That is what is chosen. Which result is most consistent? That particular thing is chosen. So I say in this example, by asking AI the same question multiple times, we observe that 168 is the most frequent answer. So self-consistency means we can trust this answer more because it is most consistent result from multiple tries. So this technique reduces the chances of error and increases the confidence in the AI's response. We are getting started with text pre-processing. So what is text pre-processing? We need to understand this very carefully. Machines only and only understand the data which is there in the number format. It does not understand anything other than numbers. So if you have to create a machine learning model, the first thing that you have to do is you have to convert the textual data to numbers. So text processing in natural language processing refers to the process of cleaning and preparing the text, very important, for analysis to understand what is there, and machine learning model training. And there are various steps over here to convert your raw text into a format that is suitable for further processing. So text pre-processing is crucial in NLP tasks because it helps to improve the quality of the code and enhance the performance of the downstream task. So what I mean by that is, if you have to create a machine learning model, let's say you are having a data set consisting of two columns, right? So assuming that the column number one is the reviews of a restaurant and the column number two is the sentiment of that review. The sentiment column has these two things: positive, negative. The first thing that you will do is machine will say that what is positive, what is negative. I don't know English. I only know numbers. So you have to give some equivalent number representations. Maybe let's say one is positive, zero is negative, or you can give other way as well, vice versa, whatever it is. This is very easy. Like, for example, if you have the gender column having three values, let's say male, female, transgender, and other. Now, what can you do? You can do maybe, let's say there is a gender column which is having, there is a data set which has around 5,000 rows and 5 columns. And one of the column is gender. And if I look into the unique values into the gender column, I see that these are the ones. Now machine will be like, I don't understand these all things. So how to do that thing? Well, that is where you have to go do some kind of encoding. How we do it, that is the later part of the story. That's too early to talk about. But first, we'll just understand what to do it. So we can create an encoding. Maybe one would be male, or let's say 0 is male, because machines usually prefer to start from 0. 1 is female, 2 is transgender, and 3 is others. So in your column, wherever there is male, it will be replaced by 0, females by 1, transgender by 2, and others by 3. This is easy. This is also easy. But the thing is, let me show you some example reviews. So now we have a example review like this. The food was good. The food was bad. The food was average. The food was excellent. The food was pathetic. And in this way, I have, let's say, 5,000 reviews. And it is not always that the reviews will be just 4 words. Some reviews may be just like good restaurant, awesome food, liked ambience, or some of them maybe like it was such a worse experience. The masala papad over there literally was very soggy. The soup was cold. There was no taste to the starters, and I just hated the ambience. The waiter was dusting while we were eating. So some people can write really lengthy negative reviews. Some people can write lengthy positive reviews. So now the question is, this approach of replacing the available values by numbers work only when the data is categorical in nature. That is, there are limited number of categories. But here, this approach is not going to work. If you have 5,000 such sentences, there will be, all the sentences will be unique. The words will never match. Reviews will never match. Someone may say the food was good. Someone may say the food is good. Someone may say the food are good. Someone may say the food was GUD. So there is no standardization. Are you understanding the problem? Why we can't do the encoding like I showed you for the gender and the sentiment column? So this is one of the biggest challenge. So when you try to create a machine learning model to do this kind of processing, this is one of the major challenge. Column 2 can be easily taken care of, but the review column, okay. Next thing, let us say, write in 100 words about new year. I have given an input to ChatGPT and I said that write in 100 words about new year 2025. Now the question is, how does the machine understand which is the most important word? Well, a machine understands it in somewhat this way. The word which repeats maximum number of times is the most important word. Friends, whenever you look at English, any English paragraph, the most commonly repeated words are the words like and, the, in, into, of, for. I'm assuming that in this paragraph, the most important word came out to be the, is the most important one. And unfortunately, that words have no meaning. Ideally, in this, if you ask a human which is the most important word in this paragraph, he will say hope, year 2025, opportunities, advancements, technologies, love. But machine is saying pure crap. Though is the most important, and is the most important, A is the most important. Therefore, even before converting these things to numbers, it is important that we convert everything to a standard form. And that is exactly what is called as text pre-processing. So text pre-processing, as we understand, friends, it is the process of cleaning and pre-processing the text so that once unnecessary stuff is removed, what remains is the most important one, which can be later on converted to numbers. Today, we are not converting text to numbers. We are just standardizing the text. And once it is standardized, then later on the story of converting that to numbers happen. And your LLMs also do the same. That is the reason we are starting with this. So the first thing, there are various things to be done inside text pre-processing. And the first thing in text pre-processing, right? So I am going to go through the common steps in the text pre-processing. Lowercase. Next, removal of punctuations, removal of stop words, and thereafter tokenization, stemming, lemmatization, removal of URLs, removal of HTML tags, then removal of emojis, spelling correction, removal of accented characters, removal of special characters, removal of contractions. So let's understand each of these things one by one. Implementation directly. So lowercase. Lowercasing is a common text preprocessing technique. It converts the text into lowercase. Why to convert text to lowercase? Well, as per a machine, the words play, 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 and play are completely different words. If you ask a human will say that, yeah, one thing is capital, one thing is small, but essentially all of them means play. But Python is case sensitive. So as per Python, all of these are completely different words. Like if I ask a human that, hey, spectacle and shoes, is there any similarity? No. Are they opposites of each other? No, they are unrelated words. Machine will say that these four words are also unrelated. And that's insane. So standardization is required, and therefore we need to convert the text to the lowercase. So here I say lowercasing helps standardization of the text. So how to do that? Well, first, we will do it on a very simple sentence. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Right? So capital, small, everything is there. I'm just going to print the text. Then I say text is equal to text dot lower. It will convert the sentence to the lowercase and I print the text. And you can see over here, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dogs. This is what we see. So let us do it on a data frame. So I'm going to create a data frame. So I say import pandas as PD. And I'm going to create a sample data frame. How do we create a data frame? Data is equal to, and I'm going to create a dictionary first. This dictionary is going to consist of text column, which is consisting of the first sentence, quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Second sentence, I am learning NLP. Third sentence, NLP is fun. Fourth sentence, I am learning generation of the large language models. These are the four sentences. And how do I convert it to a data frame? df is equal to pd.data frame. So see, this is one way of creating a data frame. Have a look at it. You can clearly see we have created a data frame successfully. Just dictionary in the key value pair, where key is the name of the column and the value is a list of sentences. In real life, obviously, you will be having a data frame. You will not do it on a single sentence. So let's take it ahead. I say, I want to convert it to lowercase. So because I want to convert the text into lowercase, I will again use the same function only. How? So I want to override the text column. So I will say my df of text is equal to df of text dot str. The moment I say str, the column is converted to string, and now I can use the lower function of string. You can see over here, after this, when I'm using dot, do you see all the string functions? L strip, R strip, normalize, remove, replace, R find. So I say that I want to lower. So what will it do? It will take each and every row lowercase and overwrite over here only, right? Overwrite here. Keep on doing it. And you can see now everything has been converted to the lowercase. If you don't do that, it will keep on recognizing every word as altogether different words, which I don't want. Internally, your ChatGPT also does all these things. It is just that it is far more smarter. The next is tokenization. Tokenization is splitting the text into smaller parts called as tokens. So it takes a string and returns a list of words. And how do we actually do tokenization? Now, for doing tokenization, we need a library to perform the tokenization, and that is NLTK. NLTK stands for Natural Language Toolkit, and it is one of the most important library for processing the text and is widely used for text preprocessing. So you will see it is also used for the upcoming steps like this. So I say, let's install NLTK. How? Pip install NLTK. Hyphen Q means quiet installation. It will not show any output. If you install any library, a lot of things start getting printed. This, and it just makes the Jupyter notebook look very ugly. So hyphen Q means install it silently. Do not print anything. I'll show you when I execute it. So it's running, installation done. You got it. But if I say some other library, let's say if I'm trying to install it without having the hyphen Q, it's already there. So See over here, I don't like this ugly thing which is happening on my screen, you see. So this unnecessary things, it's still working, it's still working. If you don't want these all things to be displayed and you want the interface to be cleaner, you prefer writing -q after installation. It's always good to do it, but there is one drawback. If that library is having some issues while installing, you will not come to know. So if you're very confident about the library, then it's worth doing it. Else, do not do it. So I import NLTK over here. Just like I imported Pandas, I imported NLTK. Done. Then I am taking the text for tokenization. And here I say, tokenization is a process of splitting the text into smaller parts called as tokens. I'm going to print the text. And how do I tokenize it? Well, first I'm leaving a blank print in between so that I get some space. And I'm calling it as NLTK has a method called as word tokenize. And then I print tokens. And everywhere, whosoever is doing it for the first time, you are going to get an error. I have already executed it. In fact, NLTK was already installed in my case, so I didn't get that error. So this is the error that you will get. It says resource not found. Please use the resource over here, import NLTK, and then import NLTK.download. And for more information, do this. And this is exactly, it is actually telling you what you have to do. And run it. You will get a true. And after that, when you run this, everyone's error would be resolved. Try putting this between import NLTK and the main tokenization, and then you try to run this. That is how tokenization is done. So why do we need to tokenize it? Well, tokenization is mainly going to break it into smaller. Yes. So later on, we have to process each and everything word by word. So, for lower casing as well, right? So people always convert it into this and then they iterate through this list word by word and convert this to lowercase, then convert this to lowercase, then convert this to lowercase, so on and so forth. And once entire thing is done, once entire list of words is in lowercase, they join back the list. Yes, so that is how tokenization is helpful. We'll see it on a data frame, right? So I'm going to have text and let's say the following sentences of the data frame. Right? So I want to do tokenization on this. And then I say, I have to do the same thing, word tokenize, right? So I will say, create a new column called as tokenized text, where I say on the text column, df of text, which is this column, apply nltk.word tokenize, exactly what you applied here, nltk.word tokenize function, apply it on that. And then I am not happy with the output. The reason I'm not happy is I'm not able to see the complete output. You see a dot, dot, dot. Rest all outputs are there again here, dot, dot. Whenever the sentences are big, it's showing dot, dot, dot. I don't want that to trouble me. So let's display the entire row of the text column using Pandas set option. It's a very standard way. pd.set option, display.max column width, comma none. What will it do? Basically, it will ensure that entire details of the column are seen. So see now, entire thing is seen. Earlier it was a dot, dot, dot here. In fact, here also there was a dot, 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 right? But now you don't have it. That's a very standard way. There are many such set options available. This is just one of it. And that's how we convert it. The first is lower casing and then removal of punctuation, stemming, lemmatization. So we started with the coding exercise connecting to the Python kernel. So here, lower casing we all understood. It is about converting the things to the lowercase, text dot lower. Why is it required? Because as per machine, capital and small are completely different things. So this is standardization. We understood that with the help of a data frame being created and .str.lower was the thing. Then we understood tokenization. And for tokenization, we understood it is the process of splitting the text into tokens. Why is tokenization important? You'll understand in class. After that, I imported NLTK. Then we download this. You know very well now why we download it. And then here, I directly have the method word tokenize. And it does that. I said this word tokenize does it very nicely. And by the way, I would also like to tell you that the same thing can also be done as text.split. See, now this is very interesting to understand. Here, NLTK word tokenize. is giving me this list of words, and text.split is also giving me a list of words. Now, logically think about it. If I ask you that, hey, you can do these things using two ways. One is the basic Python, which is really awesome. And the next one is using the NLTK. Which one will you prefer? Let me say, this is my first approach, and this is my second approach. Among 1 and 2, which one will you prefer? It's not that split is ever going to give you wrong outputs. No. NLTK will also never give you a wrong output. Which one will you use? Recall, what is the full form of NLTK? Natural Language Toolkit. It's a toolkit for working with natural language, which is English. So obviously, it is something which is highly optimized, and therefore, given a choice, you will always go for NLTK. In fact, today I'll be showing you one more awesome library. You'll fall in love with it. Once we complete with this case study, then we have a lot of other things as well to study. So I say this is a preferred method for tokenization, since NLTK is fast and efficient. Then we did that thing on the data frame, and we looked at the tokenize as well. The next thing is I get started with remove punctuation. If I take any English language, why is there comma in between English language? So that we take pauses. Punctuations are only for us to understand. Whenever you are reading the sentence, you have to take a pause. But machines are not bothered about it. In fact, for machines, these are noise. And one of the best example where punctuation removal is important is a tweet. You open Twitter and people put so many unnecessary punctuations. That's the language of Twitter. I understand. At the rate to tag someone, lot of hashtags, dot, right? In fact, people even change the word, right? So for example, have you ever wished anyone happy birthday like that? So this is a wrong spelling. So how does the machine understand? These all are the challenges. So first, let us try to remove the punctuation, because see, these all are noise. We don't want it. One way to do that is, why do we need to remove the punctuations? Because they do not add any value to the text and can reduce the size of vocabulary. Now you'll be like, what vocabulary? What size? See, here I'm having just 5 sentences. In real life, you will have 5 million sentences. Dots will unnecessarily take up a lot of space. So I say import string. Now, string module contains list of punctuation marks. Let me show you. I'm saying print string dot punctuation, and all the available punctuations in the English language are being displayed. Now, so I was saying that, okay, this is all the list of the punctuation marks. Now, let us get started with our example. I say my text is equal to hello, comma, world, exclamation. I am soon going to complete my NLP course, excited. And then I'm just going to print the text. And after printing, I say text is equal to text dot translate. So I say print text, and see, all punctuation marks are out. So this function returns translation table that maps each character in the punctuation to none. So essentially over here, you can see this, the first open quotes represent the characters that needs to be replaced. And next one represent the characters that needs to be replaced with what. And then string dot punctuation returns the characters that needs to be replaced. Let's say I'll show you an easy way now. I am going to say import the regular expression. Then I say the clean text is going to be this. Now, what is this? So here, sub function is substitute function. And it says that whatever is here has to be replaced by nothing. So as you can see, R in the regular expression represents the raw string literal. That is, the string is treated as a raw string. Next, you have caret symbol. You might have studied this, right? So this caret symbol represents negation. That is, it will replace everything except the character. So whatever I'm asking it in this highlighted part, exactly opposite of that will be done. So what am I asking? I'm asking \w, which means the word characters. Then I'm asking \s, which means the white spaces. So over here, what are we doing? is ultimately this particular thing is replacing everything except the characters and spaces with nothing. And therefore, when you print the clean text, you get it. So this is the more easy approach, right? re.substitute. Wherever you see this pattern, anything other than words and spaces, replace it by nothing, and you get this text back. This is simple. So you can imagine that if punctuations are not removed, the sentence would become so meaningless. And that's one of the major challenges that we have. After this, we got to do it on a data frame. So here I'm saying that data is equal to, let's say I am having a tweet. So obviously Twitter tweet makes more sense. So I say the first one, I'm learning NLP excited. NLP is fun, hashtag fun. I'm learning generation of large language models and this, right? So I say df is equal to pd.data frame and df. Done. Now, how do we actually treat it? So I say it's time to remove the punctuations. So I'm going to say df of clean tweet is on this tweet column, I want to apply a lambda function. So every row of the data frame is sent one by one into X. So when the first sentence goes into X, I say that in this sentence, wherever you see anything other than words or spaces, please replace it by nothing. So on, you see that. And these things are removed. There is one more thing which is left out, and that is stop words. Stop words are the words which have as good as no meaning, but they come in abundance in the text. The words like and, the, etc., etc. Right? So you take any English paragraph, most of the words are stop words only. If you do not remove the stop words, your text will have lot of noise. So how to do that? I go back to my old friend NLTK. So nltk.corpus import stop words. And then I say NLTK download the available stop words. It gave it true. The moment it gives true, you're done. So let me show you stop words. Print stop words dot words. Let's see. These are stop words. What is this word? Chalega. Chal. Chahiye. Chahiye. Clearly. Come on. Come. Couldn't. Okay. So there are so many words. Let me hold on. I'm not yet done with the topic. How many stop words are there? You know, this ultimately what you see is a list. So I'm finding out the length of the list. There are 10,500 items inside that. What will I do is I will print only the English language stop words. So you can specify the language over here. I, me, myself, we, ourselves, you are, you have. All these words are called as stop words because they carry very little meaning or no meaning. And if you put that in the sentence or if you don't remove that, your data consists of a lot of noise. So stop words also needs to be removed. Now you might be having a question that how many languages are available in stop words? So I can simply print stop word dot file IDs. So file IDs is the function which will tell you which all are the languages available. Azerbaijani is there. Arabic, first one. Basque, Bengali, Chinese, English, French. Hindi is also there or what? English. It was not there. It is recently added. This keeps on improving. So how many stop words are there in English language? 179 stop words are there in English language. Now after this, let us take text. Stop words removal. So the text is the big brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. I am learning NLP and NLP is fun. How do I remove the stop words? Before talking about this, let us understand what are lambda functions. So let's say I'm having a function which is called as area, which is going to accept a radius and return. So this is area of circle. This is without lambda function. Here I'm saying I'm using user defined function. Now let us look at lambda function. So I say with lambda function. So first is the syntax. Lambda, arguments, and expression. So here I say area of the circle is equal to this. So this was the name of the function. I gave the same name to this. Then the syntax for lambda is arguments and expression. Now, what is the argument in this function? So here R is argument or parameter. So that's exactly what I'll write over here, R. And whatever we have to do return is the expression. So this is the expression, and that's exactly what I'm gonna paste over here. And now you see both of them side by side. So lambda function says that you give me the argument, and what is to be done with the argument will be on the right hand side. First, very simple example to explain you the difference in between. I'll show you one more example, and then we'll only do the lambda examples. So here I say, again without lambda, I am creating a function called as multiply, where it is going to take two numbers and return me the multiplication of the two. Let us try to do the same thing with lambda function. This is the area of the circle done with the lambda function. So here I say multiply is equal to, so x and y are the arguments, and what to do is this, and then you just give a call to this. So simple is the lambda function. I have some more examples of it, which are little industry relevant, and I wish to discuss those also with you. So you'll quickly get an idea of few more functions around the lambda, and also give you a little bit of theory around the lambda functions. So I'm saying that lambda functions, they are anonymous functions. They do not have any name, and it is a small unnamed function with the lambda keyword. So it can have any number of arguments, but only one expression. You saw over here, one argument. Here we have two arguments, but there will be only one expression. Now, quickly, I have some examples of lambda, and I would like to discuss with you. The first code. Argument is optional. So if I don't give any argument, whatever is the thing that will be returned. Now, little complicated. So pay attention. I will explain this. Lambda function has the syntax argument followed by expression. But in the expression, I'll be passing you the number 7. You check, is 7 modulo 2 equal to 0? If yes, then save even. That is, then you print even. If not, print odd. This looks like a very weird way of writing it, right? But this is the only way to write it. If you have studied list comprehension, you should be aware of this way of writing. So I'll show you some more use cases, then you will understand it little bit more complicated. So here, look at this. What have I done? You see, this is a list of 3 tuples. If I say sort, this list is sorted by the first element, like in 1, 2. So it has only considered 1, 13, and 5. And based on that, see, 1 wala came first, then 5, and then 13. But if you wanted to sort on the basis of the second item, you use the lambda function. Lambda says argument x, and the parameter is x of 1. So every time this is x, I'm saying that, hey, I wanted to sort it on the basis of this is x of 0, and this is x of 1. Sort it on the basis of this, and this. And now you can see when I run this code, 0, 1, 2. See, I'm sorting the tuples by the second element. Lambda function is very convenient over here. So you can do it using user-defined function also over here. One more example. You know what is the dictionary as well. So that brings me here. I have a dictionary. I have a list of dictionaries. Name Alice, score 85. Name Bob, score 55. If I use the sorted function of the dictionary without having the key, sorting will not work only. But here, when I'm saying that key parameter of the sorted is lambda x, where I have to sort it on the basis of x of score. So when this is x, x of score would be 85. When this is x, x of score would be 55. So we are sorting it on the basis of that. That's why you see 55 followed by 85. One last example I would like to show you over here, and then I'll talk about the limitations part. I'm saying I want to sort the string. So if this is getting sorted, it will be sorted alphabetically. But I'm saying that wait. The sorting has to be done on the basis of this key. And what is the key? The key says lambda, argument is fruit. And the parameter for sorting is the length function. So length of kiwi is only 4 characters, and the length of pomegranate is the longest. That's a proof. Kiwi to pomegranate, sorting it on the basis of the length. concluding this topic, lambda cannot contain multiple statements. So if you have multiple statements, you go for user-defined function. Lambda can become difficult to read. So if you think the logic is going a little complicated, go for user-defined function. Lambda is only designed for simple, short-lived operation. If you want to call a function, let's say if you want to compute as a bank, you want to compute the compound interest of your 50,000 customers every month. So you'll not create a lambda function in that case. You'll use user-defined function. But while doing the data analysis, sometimes you just need to see how many times will you ideally require to find the length of the fruits. Only once. In such cases, lambda functions are advantageous. Let's go ahead. Now, when we start with the stopword removal for this text, the things should be relatively simpler. So I have this. I'm printing the text. Now, how do I do it? I'm saying all the stopwords. I am going to save it. All the English language stopwords. So, in case the moment I say stopwords.words of English, all the English language stopwords are saved. And I am having that into the set function. What is set going to do? In case by any chance, if there are any duplicate stopwords, it will only save the unique values. So I'm just saving all the English language stopwords. You can actually see it. All the English language stopwords are being here. Like here, I say tokens is equal to, this is what is called as list comprehension. And here, so for word in word dot split, if so print tokens and it says stop words. Yeah. Now, if you see, before we go ahead, you understand what is a stopword, right? Articles, prepositions, etc. So inside this, yes, right? So inside these words, can you tell me what are the stop words in the highlighted part? The, yeah, only the. Fox is not a stopword. It's not for, it's fox. Inside this highlighted part, what are the stop words? I am over. When I run this, you can see that these stop words are there. But did you see that the is not removed? And that is exactly why the lower casing is important in the text pre-processing, else your text will never become standardized. So now see, now the output looks relevant. Quick brown fox jump. So the is gone. Quick brown fox jumps. Over is gone. 3 is there. Lazy dogs is there. I am is gone. Learning NLP. And is gone. NLP is gone. Fun. So this is making us understand. Now, obviously, the question is, you do not understand this, which is called as list comprehension. Correct? There is also something which is called as dictionary comprehension, but this is still list comprehension. Let's get started with this. I will give you a little background of list comprehension now. Again, to explain you with and without list comprehension. What is it doing? It is storing the numbers from 1 to 10 in a list. So initially, as you can see, you created an empty list. Then when I say for I in range, so I is going to generate the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1 by 1 up to 10. So every time that number is generated, I am going to append the generated number to the list. So if it generates, when I generates 1, that 1 is appended to the empty list. When I generates 2, that 2 is appended to that 1, and so on and so forth. All of these numbers are appended and you have a list in place. Now we are talking about list comprehension. What is list comprehension? Well, it is a small or a simple or a easy or a fast way of creating a list. Let me talk about the syntax. That's the syntax. Okay. So now I want to do the same thing. And how I do it, L is equal to this. Now pay attention. Whenever you talk about list comprehension, always ignore the first word and always start reading from the second word onwards. So this is the for loop. I'm copying it. Control C, Control V. For I in range 1 to 11. Earlier, what I used to do, L dot append. So I created an empty list and inside that I'm saying that I want to append I. Here I just say I. It essentially means append. Let's understand it. For I in range 1 to 11 is going to generate the number 1, 2, 3, right up to 10. When it generates the first number 1, it will include 1. When it generates the next number 2, it will include 2. So as I told you, ignore this and start reading from here. As and when the numbers are generated, it goes back and includes that number in the list. You'll be like, it's not a friendly way of creating a list. You might have this perception because you are doing it for the very first time. I find it very, very easy. And you will also have to find it very easy because I'm going to take a few more examples. The next question, do you understand this in simple words? What is this list storing? Even numbers, yes, even numbers from 1 to 10. If I have to do the same thing using list comprehension, how do I do it? So I say, right? So first is syntax. Now the syntax is, I will say incomplete now, because now the syntax would be little different. That's how it is. Let me copy it. So first, for I in range 1 to 11, which is going to generate the numbers 1 to 10, right? As and when the numbers are getting generated, I'm checking whether the number is even number or not. That part of checking is going to come over here. Whether I modulo 2 is equal to 0. And if yes, I say then include the number I. I repeat, always ignore the first word and start reading from here. For I in range 1 to 11. So first time it will generate the number 1 number generated. Then it will come over here. Is 1 modulo 2 equal to 0? No, do not include it. Then it again generates the next number 2. Then it checks, is 2 modulo 2 equal to 0? Yes, include the number 2. Then it generates the number 3. Is 3 modulo 2 equal to 0? No, do not include it. And that's how it keeps on doing it again and again and again and again. It's a shorter way of creating a list. And you will be like, what is the advantage of this? See here, how many lines are required? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here I'm able to do that in 2 lines. That's the only advantage. The expression literal can be anything. Yes, it can be anything. So let's say you are saying the expression is I multiplied by 100 divided by 33. This also works. What you want to include. So here, whatever is the value coming, that value will be multiplied by 100 divided by 32. And that number will be saved. Now let's look into our use case then. How have we used it for removing the stop words? I say over here. Now pay attention. Now you should understand this. This is more important. Here I say, I already have the text. See, this is my text. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. If I say text dot split, okay, that's my text. For your better understanding, I have used the split function outside. So when I say for word in text dot split, word will be first taking. So I was saying, whenever I saying for word in text dot split, so we understand that when text is being splitted, this is what for word in text dot split. So that means word will be initially taking the value the, right? So it's going to take the. So for the is the dot lower. So the ka lower is the only. Not in stop words, because we know what are the stop words. So is the not in stop words? You'll be like, no, the is there in stop words. If the is there in stop word, that means the condition is not satisfied, which means the word the will not be included. Then the word quick comes, right? So quick dot lower. So that will still be quick. Is quick not in stop words? Yes, not there. Then you include it. That's why you see this. Then the word brown comes, fox comes, so on and so forth. Every word comes. So every time you are going through the splitted text, which is this one by one, and then you're checking whether the lower of that, because the would have not been recognized. So the dot lower is the in small case, because originally it was capital. Then I say, is it not in the stop word? Answer comes yes or no. And based on that condition, whether to include it or not include it, we take the thing into consideration here. After that, I say data is equal to, let's say we have some tweets, right? So I'll add few more over here. Let's say removing stop words is an important part of it. Over here, I'm giving one more random sentence. Stop words include this. I say, well, just random sentence is what I'm including. And then I have it, converting it to a data frame. So this is what we have. After this, I want to remove the stop words. So what will I say? First, I will save the list of stop words. English stop words only I wanted. And then I say df of clean weight would be, look over here. On the tweet column, I want you to apply. Let me explain you why it is simple. Pay attention. Pay attention. For you, it may not be that simple, so you better pay more attention. So if you remember, what was the syntax of lambda? Lambda argument expression. So here inside lambda, x is the argument and expression. Now what is there in the expression? I say for word in, yes, start evaluating it from inner to outer. You learned it in Python that all the expressions get evaluated from inside to outside. So I say for word in x dot split. So when I say lambda x, that means df of tweet dot apply. That means the first tweet is being passed here. So what is going to happen is when you are passing the tweet, the first thing I'm saying that split it. So obviously when you split it, you get words, right? I am learning NLP excited. That's how you'll be getting it. So first time it will be taking the word I. So it's like for I in this. If I dot lower is not in stopwords, but it is. So don't include I. You don't see it. Next time it will take M. M dot lower. So is M dot lower not in stopwords? It is. Don't include that. Right? So don't include that means here, right? First time also it didn't get included. Next time also it didn't get included. Third time it is taking learning. So if learning dot lower, so it's the same, is not in stopwords. Yes, learning is not in stopwords. So I will include learning. That's why you see this. In this way, it will do it for the entire splitted X. Now, once you have that, you know what, how is the output you are going to get? So from this list, I'm calling it as A for now, you get this as the output. I will not be there, M will not be there, but learning would be there. Pay attention. Huh? Excited would be there. Precisely, these two are the stoppers which are removed. Now, the output of this underlined list comprehension part is this. When you execute this pink line wala code, this is the output that you get. But do I want the output like a list of words? No, I want the output like a sentence. Therefore, I am saying that whatever are the words over here, join it by space. So it would be like learning, NLP, exclamation mark, hashtag excited. This is the output that you see over here. Let me call it a C. And what happens with A to give B and what happens with B to give C is this entire code. And because you are inside the apply function, the same thing get applied on this next, then this next, then this next, and this next to give you this, and this respectively. One thing is good, ever in your life you want to do the text pre-processing, the code will not change. Same code copy pasted on any data set. Now, let's get started with stemming, lemmatization. There are only three things which are left out: stemming, lemmatization, and contractions. Now, the best way I like to explain you all stemming. This is one of the awesome link for understanding stemming. So what is basically stemming? It is the process of reducing the word to its root form. Like for example, I say for a computer, the words like play, playing, played, and plays are completely different words. So stemming helps in standardizing the text. So all the words like play, playing, played, plays, when you do the stemming becomes this. So I'll give you one more example. Run, running, ran, run, all of them becomes this. Similarly, I'll give you one more example. Organization, zationals, organized, become organize. Do you see that? It's not the mistake of the copilot. It cuts off. Stemming is like chopping off the word. In fact, even if you look at a word like university, universe, universal, it becomes universe. In fact, even if you look at word like leaves, leaf, leafy, it becomes leaf. At this point, you may feel that the words after stemming are not meaningful because they are not grammatically correct. However, the goal of the stemming is to reduce the words to the root form and ultimately every word, be it grammatically correct or not, will be converted to numbers later on. And the machine learning model will understand the pattern in between the numbers. Therefore, it does not matter if the words are grammatically correct or not. Okay. one of the best way to do the stemming is the Porter stemmer class, and this is also there inside the NLTK only. So from nltk.stem. So for your kind information, NLTK is a package and your stem is a module and Porter stemmer is a class. So essentially, Porter stemmer is the stemming algorithm which reduces the word. So how am I going to do? I will have to create an object of the Porter stemmer class. I say create an object of the Porter stemmer class. So usually they call it by the name Porter. Then after that, let's decide upon some word. So I am saying that the word is playing. I have a very standard function called as stem and it is done. So the name of the object is porter.stem and you get the stem form of that. So I say my stemmed word is porter.stem of the playing word. And then I can print that the stemmed word is this. You can see over here. Let's try out leaves. You see LEAV. In fact, look at this word. You will be like, oh my God, this is so much wrong. Happily, happy lie. Let us do it on multiple words now. So I say, instead of saying word, I'm saying words is equal to, and there are a list of words which I am considering over here. More bigger list. And then obviously you cannot do that because this is for over one single word. I have to do it across every item in the list. So I will use list comprehension. So I say over here, go through every word in the words. So it will be going through playing, then leaves, then happily, and so on and so forth. And every word, right? First time it is going to take playing, it will save the stemmed form of playing. Next time it takes leaves, it will save the stemmed form of leaves. That's what you see. This is one of the very simple way to do stemming. Let us do it on a data frame. So how do you do it on a data frame? So I'm having inside that I say running is fun. Then I say I'm running. Then I say they run every morning. Then I say runners are competitive. This is the data frame. So how do I implement this? So Porter stemmer, create an object of the Porter stemmer. Then you have to apply the stemming to every word exactly in the same format using the apply function and the lambda function. This time you should be able to understand it by yourself. Here is the code. Now I want to show you the various available stemming techniques. This is a very nice link and I'm going to copy paste a lot of things from here now. So chocolates become chocolate, retrieval becomes retrieve, and so on. What are the various types of stemming techniques, right? The best one I have discussed. 95 to 97% of them use Porter stemmer only, and others are exactly the same. So the first one is Porter stemmer, 1980. Okay. Look at the code. This is the same code which I taught you. List comprehension. Okay. Now, see, there are a few things which I want to put in your head. First, import Porter stemmer. Create an object of Porter stemmer. And then use the stem function by going through each and every word one by one. Stem function. Now come down. Advantage. Produces the best output. Less error rate. Limitation. Morphological variants are not always real words. Like happily become happily. That can happen. Lowen stemmer came after the Porter stemmer, and this removes the longest suffix from the word, and then the word is recorded to convert this stem into valid words. Like SITT, sitting becomes SITT, which further becomes sit. It is fast, handles irregular plural like teeth becomes tooth. Advantage over, but it is time consuming, and that's why till today people don't use this a lot. We have Dawson stemmer. Dawson stemmer is Lowen stemmer's extension. Suffixes are stored in reverse order. indexed by the last length and the last letter. It is fast, covers more suffixes, but complex. Therefore, this is also not very popular. Crowet stemmer, again not very popular. Porter stemmer only, 1993. And you can see it takes care of making children a child. So plural to singular is what it takes care of. Limitation, in case of large documents, it is inefficient. Xerox stemmer, not popular. Again, it is capable of processing extensive data sets and generating valid words. Children become child, understood becomes understand, whom becomes who. Ngram stemmer, no, I'll not talk about it. For that, you really need the hardcore NLP knowledge. Right now, we'll keep it aside. Snowball is popular. So the first one and the last one, most popular. And for your kind information, Snowball is the father of Porter stemmer. What I mean is, Porter stemmer can only and only process English language. Snowball stemmer can process more than English languages as well. Right? So therefore, they also call it as Porter 2. That's the second name of Snowball stemmer. Porter 2.0. And let's say happily got converted as happily. And let's say the word like happy got converted as happy. If the Porter stemmer can generate different stems for the same variants of the word, is that an issue? Ideally, yes. But in real life, you will not have one sentence. You will not have 100 sentence. You will not have 100K sentence. You will have 100K sentences. Here, I'm still talking about words. In real life, if you are processing a Twitter data set, you know that almost every hour, millions of tweets are there. So in real life, your model is going to get these many sentences. There will be lakhs of such mistakes. So what will happen is later on, the machine learning model is going to convert all of these things into numbers, right? So let's say you have some positive review that you first pre-processed and then it got converted to numbers. Then let's say you have another review which is negative that also got converted into numbers. Let's say there is another review which is positive that also got converted into numbers. So the machine will be like, okay, this is the positive review, this is the negative review, this is the positive review. So machine will be understanding the relationship between this number and this number, this number and this number, this number and this number. And later on, when you ask it for any unseen data, it will tell that, okay, if this is the sentence, first it will do the pre-processing, then it will convert it to numbers, and then it will ask the machine learning model that, hey, this sentence, is it positive or negative? And it will answer. So here, when there are millions of such mistakes, can it hamper the performance of the model? Answer is yes. Therefore, we don't have only one stemming technique. There are multiple stemming techniques. Second, we don't have only one machine learning model. There are multiple machine learning models. Third, you don't create just one machine learning model. Multiple models are created. You create hundreds of models, and out of the 100, you choose the one that is the best accuracy. When you create a model, you will not get all of these things which will give you 100% accuracy. Therefore, you create multiple models, and after that, you choose the best. And again, over here, right? If you, I don't know, I did show you that time also, right? It's clearly written. ChatGPT can make mistakes. So after creating such an awesome model, if they can write it officially on their GPT-4o's website, so obviously here also there are a lot of mistakes. So the ideal job of an NLP engineer is to try out various techniques and create multiple models and choose the best. So usually, an industry accepted model is the one which has at least 80% accuracy. So that is the end goal. So that's how we keep on doing it. So model can make mistakes. Here, Lancaster stem, not again very popular, but this is more aggressive and dynamic as compared to the other two. This is faster, but the algorithm is really confusing when dealing with small words. So snowball is better is what they are saying. But the code is what you understand. These are the advantages of coding in Python. Everything is so standardized. And this link is very nice. So that's why I'm sharing this with you as well. Everything is similar to Porter. That's the best part of it. Then regular expression not used, and then the applications. So very stemming useful. Search engines. Now this is where I remember an example from my college days. So I remember we had a project to develop a chatbot in Python when I was doing my master's in the duration 2009 to 2012. So there were two people along with me who were doing masters. They had worked in industry for 5 years, and I was fresher. After engineering, immediately went for my masters. So project came, chatbot is what I meant. So I started googling about development. So I typed how to develop chatbot in Python, and I pressed enter, and all bullshit results came, and they made so much mockery of me because at that time Google search was not a semantic search. Our today's large language models work on semantic search. Earlier, it used to just match the words. So now understand the problem. Here, whenever I'm typing, I'm getting a lot of suggestions. Earlier, 2009, we never used to get it. So what used to happen is whatever you are searching, the words are picked up from it as it is and compared in the backend. Now, as we understand that among this, the keywords which I actually wish to search for are develop chatbot Python. But when I'm searching for how to develop chatbot in Python, now the problem is the word how, to, and in. These are most repeated. And if you look at these three words, these are less repeated, which means the result which I got was crap because it looked out mainly for these words because the matches for these words were maximum. And that's why I was getting purely horrible results. Today, we don't get that because today, when you search for it, you're getting these results. But earlier, you know what was the right way to search for how to develop chatbot in Python? You had to write it like this. Develop chatbot, and that too, plus string concatenation. This was the way to search. Keyword search. Today, this thing is automatically taken care of because the text pre-processing, you understand the example? Text pre-processing is taken care of by the Google search in the backend automatically. Plus, it also recommends you suggestions as and when you are typing. So things have evolved today, but let's understand the dynamics. Okay. Now, the next thing I'm talking about contractions. What are contractions? Contractions are nothing but the shortened version. You all use contractions in your day-to-day life. Like, instead of saying that I am not well, you say I ain't not well. Or I cannot come with you. You say I can't come with you. So machines will consider this like altogether. Basically, when you drop the punctuation mark, these things will go off. So it's important that before you remove punctuations, it is very important that you replace these words by these words before removing the punctuation. Else, you will not be able to apply this contraction step. So now, this is the official project of contraction. But the thing is, you need to install this library. So I come here, pip install contractions. Done. Then I say how simple it is to use. Let's look into this. Contractions dot fix shouldn't becomes should not. It didn't. Oh, we didn't import contractions. That's it. Shouldn't becomes should not. There is last thing, lemmatization. Now, lemmatization is something which is likely to impress you because lemmatization is same as stemming. But lemmatization, what was stemming doing? It was converting the word to its root form by cropping the text. Lemmatization crops it and then also adds the lemma, or it preserves the lemma. Like, for example, if you give the word like leaves, lemmatization will give you the output as leaf. And if you don't believe me, let me show it to you over here. The code, you will just love the code. Have a look at this, right? Very similar to the Porter stemmer, but the mathematics is different. So you are using the word net lemmatizer class, creating the object of it. I'm taking a word like leaves, and I'm not having the stem method, but lemmatize method. And you see, it converted the word to the root form, but preserved the lemma. Let's take one more example. This is for the word children, which gave child. Let us consider a data frame now. Say this is a data frame. Please go through the contents. So I will use the same old style. Earlier it was porter.stem. Here it is lemmatizer.lemmatize. That's the only difference. Let's look at an end-to-end example now quickly. necessary imports done. Okay, I'm doing everything again. Created a data frame. Okay. Whatever are the necessary things I downloaded. So I'm downloading punctuation, stop words, and wordnet. Then also I am saving the stop words, object of porter stemmer and object of the lematizer. Both of them are there. And then today you will understand the actual practical use of a user-defined function. Look at this awesome user-defined function. I'm going to pass the text. It will take that text, lowercase it, and that lowercase text is given to word tokenized to tokenize it. Then the tokenized words are iterated one by word and checked if there is any punctuation. If it is not there, then only that word is saved. So punctuation done. See how awesome it is. Then again iterating over the words, and if it is not in the stop words, then only keep that words or stop words removed. Then I am doing both the techniques. For token in token, save the stem form into this. For token in token, save the lemmatized form into this. And then it is going to return original text, tokens, stem form, and all. So now this is where I am iterating over every row. I'm going through everything and calling the above function, which is called as preprocessed text, right here. Preprocessed text. And then it is returning me the things. So these are the tokenized forms. This is the stem form of the original sentence, and this is the lemmatized form of the original sentence. There is one thing which I did not do over here is contraction is not implemented. I did everything except contraction. First and foremost thing, we are getting started with this project. Right. Now here in this project, first thing that I want to do is I want to import the necessary libraries. So I'll be importing NumPy, importing Pandas, importing Matplotlib, importing Seaborn, although I don't require Seaborn and all, but let's say I'm doing it. And in case if any warnings come, I want to get rid of warnings as well. So don't worry about anything till the point of time we are not using it. So I'm importing warnings, and what will that do? In case if any warning is going to be there, it will be ignoring the warning. So, this is to ignore the warnings if any during the execution are generated. So as we understand, we have already looked into NumPy. So NumPy is mainly used for numerical computations. Pandas, we understood that day for data manipulation and analysis. Matplotlib is for data visualization. It is relatively an old library. Seaborn is also used for data visualization, but it is a new library and advanced as well. Okay. So all these things are implemented. Okay. We got all these things. Now let us read the data set. This data set is there here, right? Right click, rename, Control A, Control C, restaurant reviews.tsv. So I say this is the name of the data set. The data set is in TSV, that is a tab separated value format. You just have to read it. So how will you read it? Well, you can say over here, dataset is equal to pd.read CSV, and I'm giving the name of the dataset. So as you can see, first I'm saying delimiter. Now delimiter equal to \t means the data is tab separated value. Else in CSV, it is going to be comma. Quoting equal to 3 is mainly to ignore the double quotes. That is to ignore the double quotes in the data set. Wherever double quotes are there in the data set, it will be ignored. What I mean by that, you will understand when I show you the head of the data set. Now see over here. This is where I will like to talk about the problem statement. Right? So here you see what all are the columns name description of the data set. Well, the first one is the review. So review is nothing but a review of a restaurant, like wow, loved place. Crust is not good, not tasty, and the texture was just nasty. Now the thing is, I'm not able to see the complete review. So the first thing that I'll be doing over here is let's use Pandas set option method to display all the columns of the data set. And it is pd.setOption display.maxColumns. So what is that going to do? It will allow maximum columns to be displayed. So in case if there are 100 columns, you can specify how many columns to be displayed. By specifying none, that means I want all. So here, this none means to display all the columns. In the same way, if I put 10 in place of none, then only 10 columns will be displayed. If I put 20 in place of none, only 20 columns will be displayed. As simple as that. So the first column is the review of the restaurant by the customer, and this is called as an independent variable. We'll talk about it. Liked is whether that review is positive or negative. So over here, 1 means liked, 0 means not liked. But first, let us look into the data. So I say dataset.head. Now also I'm not able to see all the things because it only displays all the columns. But I want to display the entire content of the column. So I will have to do further setting. I say, let's set to display entire content of the column. And that is done using the max column width. Yes, and reference remains the same. And now you can see, I can see the complete review, which was initially hidden. You can see that stop by the late Maybank, holiday off, ... But here, because of this. So friends, the earlier code is basically helpful when you have, let's say, 100 columns and you want to see all of them. And this code is for displaying the content of a particular column, which was getting truncated. So now I can see this review completely. Okay. Then, what is the problem statement? We have to predict whether the restaurant review is positive or negative based on the review given by the customer. So obviously, let us take it ahead now. We have the data, we have everything. First of all, dataset dot shape. This is going to display the total number of rows and columns. So you can say the insight from the our output. What is that? You see that there are 1,000 rows and 2 columns. That is, there are 1,000 reviews of the restaurant given by the customer. Then, after that, I'm looking into dataset.info to get the info of the dataset. So I see there are 1,000 values, 2 columns. In the review column, how many non-null values are there? 1,000. That means there are no missing values. And the same goes in the object column as well. Next, I just want to find out in my data set, they say that we have in this liked column 1 or 0. So how many ones and how many zeros? Basically, I say, let's find out how many reviews are positive and how many are negative. So that is done by doing a group by on the liked column and finding the count. So I say dataset liked dot value counts can also give us that. So 500 reviews positive, 500 reviews negative, or you can also do the same way using dataset dot group by liked and using the size. Both of them are one and the same. I think this one is simpler. So what do we understand? Insight from the above output is there are 500 positive reviews and 500 negative reviews. After this, the next thing is, now let us take this one sentence. So this is the 0th review. So I say over here, let me print for you the 0th review, which is this. Wow, loved this place. Can I directly use this? No, you know that I cannot directly use this. What am I going to do is first I'm going to do the pre-processing on this, showing you whatever we did earlier. And once you understand this process, then I'll be using a for loop to apply the pre-processing on all the 1,000 rows. So the first one is just a dummy to show you the operations. First and foremost, what I want to do is remove number and punctuation from the review first. Removing them is important because they do not add any value to the review. So essentially, we will be removing it. So what am I going to do is I'm going to import RE. Import RE is for importing the regular expression. And after that, what am I going to do is that's my review 0. From this review 0, I want to get rid of punctuation. That means this full stops will go, number 1. And in case if there are any numbers, that will also go. How do I do that? Well, I say my review will be considering this sub function is mainly substitute. And if you look into the syntax of this function, it says re.substitute. What is the pattern? That's the pattern. to be replaced by what? So I say wherever you see this pattern, replace that by a space in this data set review. Then after that, here as well, if you see this, I'll talk about this. The first and foremost thing I want to say that this cap is a caret symbol, which means not. We are talking about this regular expression. A to Z is this. Now listen. Here I'm saying I want to substitute wherever you see small a to small z or capital A to capital Z, wherever you see alphabets, be it capital or small, I want to substitute by blank. So wherever you see small or capital alphabet, substitute by a blank in this review. But I have added a cap symbol, caret symbol before that, which means wherever you see anything other than alphabet, remove it. And you see over here. So dot, punctuations, numbers, everything is gone. Syntax also clear. And I showed you on one example as well. Now I say, let's convert all the letters of the review to lowercase. I say review is equal to review dot lower. Here I say print review. Wow, loved place. You see, wow, loved capitals were there, but now everything is small. The next thing is I want to remove the stop words. Now I'm going to be going to the next step where I say import NLTK, natural language toolkit. And then I'm downloading the stop words. And I get a true, that means downloading is done. Then obviously before removing the stop words, I would also like to tokenize it. So let's first do the tokenization. So I say, let's do the tokenization of the review. For tokenization, I can say review is equal to review dot split print review. That's one thing. Or another thing is I can use the NLTK's word tokenize, or I can say import NLTK and NLTK download punct and NLTK word tokenize to be imported and NLTK word tokenize. You can use any one of it. Let's say this time I'm using the above one split. Anyone is fine. So my tokenization is done. Wow, loved space. Space issue is gone, okay, after tokenization. And then after having these things in place, now we have downloaded the stopwords as well. So I can actually print the English language stopwords. Yes, these are the ones which are there. Now I say, let's remove the stopwords from the review. Review one is equal to, I say over here, your word in review, if that particular word is not in the set of stop words, then and then only you include that. So I say set of stop words is just going to get the unique things. And for word in review is we are going through each and every word. And if not means if that particular word is not there in the stop word, then we can store that word. So I can print the review one and you can see, wow, loved this place. That was the one. Wow, loved this place. So this is a stop word and it's gone. That's nice, interesting. Stop word is gone. Then after that, I can go for stemming or I can go for lemmatization. Let's do the stemming of the words. So that is done using the Porter stemmer library. So I say from nltk.porter, import Porter stemmer. So Porter stemmer is stemming. And example, if you have words like loved, it becomes love, loving becomes love, etc. Loving doesn't become love. Playing becomes play, or leaves become leaf. So I say create an object of Porter stemmer by any name. So PS. And then I say for word in review one, save the stem from of that word. So next I say print the review one. So you can see loved become love. So this is also done. And then what am I doing is I want to finally perform joining of all these words. So I say that, hey, whatever is there in the review one, please join it by space. And this is the final one. Now this process, we have to do it on our entire data set, each and every column. But wait a minute, this is exactly where we stopped last time. We have to go a step ahead and now we have to implement some additional stuff. Now, what is the problem? The problem is we have to convert these all sentences into numbers. And the first technique to convert sentences to numbers, the sentence that we have right now is wow, love, place. But that too is not only numbers, equivalent numbers. And when I say equivalent numbers, consider the example. The first technique, example of which I'm considering is count vectorizer, also called as bag of words model. This algorithm says that the words which get repeated more number of times are more important. Now we are remote stoppers and all. So when I'm talking about text pre-processing, we can see over here, I love playing becomes love play because I will be removed. It's a stop word. Love playing will become love and playing will become play because stemming is happening. Playing is fun will become play. Fun is removed. I love to play cricket becomes love play cricket. Now I am finding out the unique words in this corpus. This is called as a corpus. The unique words in this corpus are love, play, fun, cricket. That's what I have written down over here. Now, these unique words I wrote here. Now, there are three sentences. As you can see, sentence 1, 2, and 3. That numbers I wrote here. Now, what am I doing? I am now finding out in sentence number 1, how many times is the word love coming? 1 time. Therefore, I wrote 1. In sentence 1, how many times is the word play coming? 1 time. There are no further words. So, fun and cricket is 0, 0 because in sentence 1, they do not exist. Now, friends, what is count vectorizer going to do is it will find out the total of this. Total of this is 2. Basically, overall love came 2 times. Total of this, overall play came 3 times. Fun came 1 time. Cricket came 1 time. If love would have come in sentence 1 5 times, then their number would have been 5. Now, we are going to sort it in the descending order. So, play is the highest, then love is the second highest, and fun and cricket. So, alphabetically, I am going to say cricket comes first and fun comes second. So now let us copy paste these columns. So first is the column for play, which is 1113 taken down. Second is the column for love, which is 1012, as you see over here. Third is the column for cricket, 0011C. Yeah, that's here. And fourth is the column for fun, which is 0101D, and that's here. That's sorted. The technique is over. Essentially, what I want to tell you is the sentence I love playing when converted into numbers become 1100. For a machine, this is what is understood. Playing is fun. Machine understands it as 1001. I love to play cricket. Machine understands it as 1110. So what we understand like this, the machine understands the same thing like this. And we therefore say that this is the numerical representation. And that is the technique count vectorizer. Very simple. More number of times a word repeats, more important it is. And that's exactly what it says. And you see it over here. It is a very basic technique. So yes, we start good from here because machines understand numbers, right? So, but you cannot directly convert to numbers. You have to do the text pre-processing first. Then only you apply this. So the steps are very important. So now this is one of the very basic technique. Let us go and implement it. Now the thing is, I have this, first I'll show you on one single sentence. Then later on in a single shot, I'm going to implement on all. So we're not getting to the data set right now. I'm getting started and I'm saying, let's now convert the above reprocess review to vector form. So we are looking at count vectorizer class, and count vectorizer, as you can see, it is used to convert the text to the numerical data. And numerical data in machine learning, we don't call it as numbers. Number is a very simple way of calling it. We call it as vectors. So it will convert the text into a sparse matrix. Why sparse matrix? Because there will be a lot of zeros. Okay, most of the elements are zeros. Okay, then after that, let's implement it from sklearn dot feature extraction dot text import count vectorizer. From sklearn dot feature extraction dot text import count vectorizer. Then after that, so I'm saying CV is equal to count vectorizer. So I imported the count vectorizer class, right? So I say, let's import the count vectorizer class. Then after that, we are going to create an object of the count vectorizer class. And after that object is created, I am going to say cv dot fit underscore transform of review to array. Now, what is that? See, first of all, when I talk of fit transform, so basically, what is this fit transform going to do? So fit means nothing but you study the words of review one, which is wow, loved, place. Transform means you convert it to numbers. Okay. In my example, which I showed you over here, I consider 3 sentences. Here, right now, I'm doing on 1 sentence. Later on, I'll be doing it on 1,000 sentences. So I say fit means do this, transform means do this. Now, why is to array required? Because it is required to display the review in the array form. Initially, it is in the sparse matrix form. You have to come. If you don't do that, you will get an error. So it's a standard way of doing it, and I can actually show you. So this is how we are getting. Now, why am I getting it in such a weird way is it's a review 2. So what happens if you see review 2? I will also print over here the type of review 2. This review 2 is a string. Count vectorizer says that, hey, you know what? I need it in the form of an iterable. Iterable means it has to be either a list or a tuple. So what will I do? It's mandatory. I'm going to create a list. So I say after this, let's say even before importing, I'm going to create empty list to store the pre-process reviews. And I say, you know what, you fit transform and convert it to array. So the first thing is, even before doing this fit transform, that review has to be put inside this. So I have to say corpus one dot append review two. And then once it is appended to review two, I have to predict on corpus one. Now you see. So what is it saying? Essentially, it says that the wow love place. Wow also came once, love also came once, and place also came once. Obviously, there is no duplication of the words. And then what am I saying? We can also use a parameter over here, which is called as max features. If I say max features equal to 2, it is only selecting 2. If I say max features equal to 1, it is only selecting 1. What am I trying to say is that once we sorted these things in the descending order, 3, 2, 1, 1, these are the vectors. And because of that, 1, 1, 0, 0 is our first vector. 1, 0, 0, 1 is our second vector. And 1, 1, 1, 0 is our third vector. Now over here, it has considered all the names. If I say max features equal to 3, it will only give this much as the output, truncating the fourth one. Sometimes, when there are too many values, we are selecting a few of them. Now, what is the advantage of selecting a few of them? See, you all know that these things are in the descending order. So it is quite obvious that these two are more important as compared to cricket and fun in the overall corpus. So in such cases, I can try giving max words equal to true. What is the idea behind the natural language processing project? You will never get 100% correct output. In fact, this project is also going to give us around 70% accuracy, only 70, yeah? Because it's a very small and raw technique. But what we understand over here is the first two features are more important. So in NLP as well, you always should create a model, not by using all the features, but by creating minimum amount of features. So by creating the minimum amount of feature as well, if you're getting a good accuracy, then your model is going to be very fast in prediction. And that is why researchers have given us that option of max features. So this option of max features is mainly to select, right? So every word is there one time. I know that. But when I say max feature equal to 2, it will select the top 2. So alphabetically, L will come first, then this and this. Print CV dot get feature names. Get feature names out. You can see over here, descending order wise, it is selecting the word. So this get feature names out, it says that I have selected these two words, love and place. Right after doing this cv.fit transform, I'll print that also. So this 1, 1 corresponds to love and place. Wow is not considered. If I say max features is equal to 3, love, place, wow. Descending order. Are you able to understand? If I say max features is equal to 1, then love. Very simple way. Now, let us do the cleaning of the text for all the reviews in the data set using a for loop now. So assuming that whatever we did so far on a single review, assuming that we never did it, so I'm doing everything fresh. So I'll do all the imports as well. Import regular expression, import NLTK. Then from NLTK import stop words, stemming as well, I'm doing it. Then I am creating an empty corpus just like I did here. Then I have 1,000 reviews, right? So I say for I in range 0 to 1,000. So it will go from 0 to 999. The first thing is I am getting rid of numbers and punctuations. Done. Second thing, I'm lowering it. Done. Third thing, I'm tokenizing it. Done. Fourth thing, creating an object of porter stemmer and saving the stem form. Plus, look over here, what is the code? For word in review, if that word is not in stop words. So first I'm filtering out the stop words here only. So if and only if when I'm going through the review and the word is not in stop word, then while saving, I will directly save the stem form of that word. So I combined two steps. If it is not a stop word, I am directly storing the stemmed form of that word. Do you all understand this highlighted code? It is two in one, one line, two codes. And then after that, I joined it. After joining, I am appending this review. So there will be thousands such reviews. All of them will be appended. If you want, I can show you how it looks like. You can see this. See, this is the first review. Wow, love this place. Become wow, love place. I can actually. Then crust is not good became crust good. Considering that to be as an ignored case, we are taking a step ahead, right? So obviously, there are many things in the text pre-processing that can be taken care of. So text pre-processing purely depends on the business case. For example, if you are pre-processing a bank data, then obviously you need to mask the names and the account number of the people. Birth date has to be masked. Salary of the people has to be masked, right? So it depends on what type of data you are working on. If you're working on a restaurant data, then you need to figure out what can be masked, what to be considered. So your text pre-processing, friends, purely depends on the business problem. Here in this example, if you might have noted, I have said in the very first step here only, drop everything other than text and numbers. Now imagine if there would have been a review which says that I ordered 2 malai paneer tikka in the restaurant. The first one was awesome, but the second one was just nasty, not up to the mark. And then the review is being marked as a negative review. Now, in this scenario, you can understand that number is important. I said I ordered it 2 times, but in my code, I have removed the numbers. So keeping the number or removing the number is also something that you need to decide upon. Therefore, which steps of NLP text pre-processing you will do purely depends on your business use case. In this case, I did not even get rid of contractions. I could have these steps which I showed. They are good at a high level, but there are many more steps that we can do in this text pre-processing. But these are the most important ones. Let us try to understand it. I am a beginner to the world of text pre-processing, and I'm really curious to understand what all pre-processing have to be done based on the business problem for a banking data set, for a restaurant review data set, for Amazon data set. On what grounds we decide which text pre-processing step to be applied. Also list down the text pre-processing steps to be applied in each of the use case mentioned above. I want the results in a tabular form. Let's see it now. See over here. For banking, could be fraud detection, customer feedback. What are steps will you do? Lowercasing, because loan and loan are the same. Business problem, you understand it from the business perspective. Stop word removal and the punctuation removal is important in banking because it eliminates comma and all. Tokenization is done, stemming or lemmatization. Named entity recognition, I didn't even talk about it because it's altogether a different chapter. If we get time going forward, I'll be talking about it. But named entity recognition is basically about recognizing the nouns, pronouns, adverbs, adjectives in the sentence. You have a library called a Spacey, which helps you to achieve that. Feature extraction using TF-IDF. You remember I explained to count vectorizer? It is talking about TF-IDF, which is little advanced than count vectorizer. Restaurant reviews. Prevent the case sensitivity. Basically, remove lower casing is do. Stop word do. Emojis. See, we did not do this. What if in our restaurant reviews we have an emoji? Don't you think it's important to convert an emoji to happy example like this? Business use case. You have to spend a huge amount of time in understanding your data. One step you miss it and your model performance is not great. tokenization, spelling correction. Very much common mistake, na? Most of them do not know English. People have a lot of money, but everyone doesn't know English. So someone writes delicious like this, problem, and then sentiment labeling. For Amazon, lowercasing, stop word removal, punctuation removal, tokenization, parts of speech tagging, keyword extraction. Then it says aspect-based sentiment analysis, because it's very much possible that there will be keywords in the reviews like battery life, screen quality, etc. and vectorization. So these are just three examples I wanted to show you so that you understand the practical significance of the same. It purely depends on business use case. So you have to think of all the possibilities. They're also given some criteria for choosing it, but we understand it. Right now, we have got this list. Let us convert it. Let's create a bag of words models now. It's essentially count vectorizer. So I say from sklearn, let's import the count vectorizer class. From sklearn.featureExtraction.text, import count vectorizer, create an object of count vectorizer. And if you see over here, now see, there are, how many sentences are there in our data set? If there are 1,000 sentences, what do you think will be the total number of unique words? See here, we had 3 sentences and I have got 4 unique words. So now I have 1,000 sentences. 3,000, yeah, 3,000 looks like a realistic figure. 5 also looks like a realistic figure. When there are 3,000 unique words, then in that case, 3,000 means this is going till 3,000, or let's consider 5,000. Now you are trying to create a machine learning model with 5,000 features. That is too large. And also, friends, when there are 5,000 columns, we all know that the columns which are almost towards the end are as good as going to have occurrences as 0 or 1. And the ones which are at the start will have huge number of occurrences. So what I said is, let us consider the max features as 1,500. But in real life, you have to ideally play around this 1,500 number. Maybe you can try with 1,600, 1,700, 2,000, maybe with 1,000, and see which value is the best. But the aim is to keep this value not too high, not too low, till you get the best accuracy. I chose 1,500. So why 1,500? To select the top 1,500 words which are most frequently occurring. Over here, you can select any number of words based on your requirement. 1,500 is just a number. In real time, you have to try with different numbers and checks which number gives you the best accuracy. So I created an object of this, and then I will say x is equal to cv.fit transform, and I am converting it to a corpus further to an array. And I can actually print out cv.get feature names out. So what all are the 1,500 columns which are selected? See, the 1,500 columns which are selected are this: absolute, absolutely, acid, and then dot, 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 dot. And these are the last 3. Total, there are 1,500. I can show you. See, 1,500, length of that. There are 1,500. It displayed the first 3 and last 3, but there are 1,500. Now, if you look into X, this is how it looks like: 1,000 sentences and 1,500 columns. I can show you. And if you look at Y means basically the data set of liked, that is this. Now, if you recall, we had this data set of 1,000 reviews and 1,000 likes, right? So on and so forth, it was there. What did we do with the reviews? We converted all of these reviews into numbers. And now we have 1,500 columns, right? And this light column is also here only. So right now, what scenario am I having is I am having 1,000 rows and 1,500 columns. And one column is the liked one, so it becomes 1,501. I tell to the machine learning model that I wanted to understand the relationship between this. Now here we know that this is also numbers and this is also numbers. So machine will understand the relationship. And then later on, I will give it all together unseen review. And then it will tell whether it is a positive one or a negative one. Understanding what is going on in my head. Understood? I'll ask the model to understand the relationship. That is, go and study what is a review and what it is positive or negative. Go and study that part. And then I will ask you some unseen questions and you should be able to answer. So now this is not a good approach. I'll tell you why. If I am giving it, so what, how I have 1,000 rows. If I'm saying that, hey, you go and study all the 1,000 rows along with the liked or not, and then I will ask you an unseen question, and then you answer for that. But this answer, whichever I'll be getting, whether that answer is perfect or not perfect, how will I analyze? By manually looking into it. So I will be reading this review, then I'll be looking into the sentiment. Then I say that, hey, this review looks like a negative review. It predicted one, so it's not good. Then I say, okay, let me check it once again. So I say, let me give one more review. So on that review, it's once again predicted, and this time it predicted 0. And ideally, the review was not good. So it is correct this time. Now, the thing is, if I keep on trying it multiple times and manually keep on evaluating it, don't you think that I'll be taking a lot of time? Plus, after that, it's very difficult for us to figure out whether the model is really good or not. So I want to automate this process as well. What am I going to do is I am going to divide this into two parts. I will tell to the model that, hey, you don't study everything. You only study the 80% of the data. This much part I will not allow it to study. I will ask it to study only this much. And then this remaining 20%, this is just like a teacher who has question bank and answer bank. So teacher gives you 80 questions to study along with the answers, and then 20 questions she doesn't show it to you. And when you come for the exam tomorrow, she will ask you in the examination these 20 questions. You will be writing your answers for that 20 questions. So these are your predictions, but the teacher now also has the actual answers. Now she will compare this two, and based on that, she will judge you or she will evaluate you. Are you understanding how am I thinking of automating this process? I don't want to give one sentence and manually evaluate. So I'm dividing it into certain ratio. Some people keep ratio 70-30, some people keep different. 80-20 is a very common thing. So now this I'm saving it into Y because this is X. Usually in machine learning, this question bank is called as X, and we are anyways calling it as X only, and this answer bank is called as Y. So this liked column, I am calling it as Y. So Y is data set of liked. The standard convention, it's not mandatory that you have to use it. It's just one of the standard convention. Now I need to divide this data. Now for division of this data, I have a automated way of doing it. You don't have to put a lot of efforts in dividing it. So I say that I am planning to split the data into training and testing. 80% will be training and 20% will be testing. How to do that? Well, you have to import the train test split class from sklearn. It's a machine learning package. Scikit-learn. sklearn is also called a scikit-learn, and it is a machine learning package. So from sklearn.model selection, model selection is a sub package inside that. I'm importing this. Then this will say that, sir, you just give me X and Y, and I will divide it into further two parts. How? I say train test split says, give me X, give me Y, test size is 0.20. So what am I going to do over here is X, we know it is our independent variable, which I can also say as my question bank. Y is my dependent variable, which is my answer bank. Test size is equal to 0.2. So I need not mention the train size because it is by default 80% in that case. And I have this random state. Random state is while the data is splitted, they shuffle the data. Like for example, listen to me very carefully. This is a very new concept. Imagine your Python is done, right? And now I say that tomorrow I am going to take your examination on Python. So now you say that, sir, we are a little stressed. Can you please help us with some sample questions? So I say, okay, fine, no problem. As a teacher, I have 100 questions with me, and I have 100 answers as well. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5. 20 questions from each chapter. Now, because you requested me for a question bank, I said that, okay, fine. Here is a question bank for you. I gave you first 80 questions to study. And the last 20 questions, I did not give you to study. You went home and you studied this 80 questions very, very hard. But when you came tomorrow for the examination, You studied chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, but I asked you questions from chapter 5. You will fail because you never studied that. And this happened because the data which is there with me was in groups. I gave you to study chapter 1, 2, 3, 4 and asked you in the examination questions on chapter 5. This helps us understand that shuffling of the questions is very important by the teacher before dividing into train and test. But every time you run this notebook, every time your question, train and test data would be different. Every time you split it while running this notebook, your train and test is going to be different. That means every time the questions which I'm giving, 80 questions which I'm giving for studying will be different. Therefore, the accuracy is going to fluctuate. So to standardize that, they introduced something which is called as a random state. So what is a random state precisely? Random state over here, it can take any number from 0 to 2 raised to 32 minus 1. The most common values taken by data scientists are this. That, I would say, however, you can take any number between this. The most important thing is if you are giving a random state equal to 0 and I am giving random state equal to 0, then we will get the same accuracy. And I'm saying that is irrespective of the machines we are using, irrespective of the version of the libraries we are using, irrespective of the operating system we are using. Does not matter. Basically, I'll explain it in very simple words. We know that the data is getting shuffled. So random state is a number which has to be given between 0 to 2 raised to 32 minus 1. If my random state and your random state is the same, all of us will get the same shuffle. You don't believe me? Let me show you. What I'll do is, I'm not giving random state. And now I am showing you the head of X train. It's an umpire, right? First 5 values. Now 1500 values are there, right? First 5 rows and first 10 columns. A lot of zeros are there. Let me apply a faster approach then. Import the iris dataset from the Seaborn library and later divide the data into X and Y and then perform train, test, split 80-20. Generate the entire code in a single cell. Now I say, pay attention. So I'm doing that. Some data is there. And now you see over here, when I am not giving random state, there are total 150 rows in this data set. Right now, what you see is row number 430, etc., etc. I run it again. See, the shuffle is different. I run it again. You see this number is 54. It will become 55 when I run. Shuffle is different. Every time I'm running it, I'm getting a different shuffle. But the moment I say, let me put a random state, I run it. I'm getting this shuffle. Now I run it any number of time again. This will not change. See, absolutely no change in the output. Random set. In fact, I'm doing it right now in my VS Code. Let me go to Google Colab. So Google Colab has no relation with my VS Code. I'm creating a new notebook and I can prove you that this shuffle is same as that. See, I pasted this code and you'll get the same thing. Let's see. It should be what? It should be this. It should be like this, right? Compare. This is the one which I got on my VS Code. This is the one which I got on Google Colab. So now we understood the practical significance of it. I'm going to comment out this code. This was just for your understanding. Okay, so we have our X and Y. And as I told you, we'll be giving the random state. And obviously, I'd like to show you because we had 1000 rows. I would like to print the shapes of each of this. So 1000 rows, when I said 80-20, so 800 and 200, that's correct. So now we get into the model building and I'm going to use the machine learning model neo bias classifier. So this is the one which I'm using for the classification problem. It is based on the Bayes theorem. Okay. We'll discuss these aspects later, but this is what it is. These are very important things. So these are the scenarios where we can use it, but do not expect a great result because, as I told you earlier, we have used count vectorizer. There are some advanced techniques other than count vectorizer, like this is TF-IDF, and there is one more which is called as word embedding, which uses a neural network. The most advanced and the most important. This is awesome technique. So we learned only first one. Yeah, let's complete with this case study. How do I get this machine learning algorithm called as naive Bayes algorithm? It's very simple. Most of the machine learning algorithms are in scikit-learn library. So I'm using the machine learning algorithm naive Bayes, called as Gaussian naive Bayes. So from sklearn.naive Bayes, I'm asking the class Gaussian naive Bayes to be imported. Then I create an object. It can be called as anything. I create an object of the Gaussian naive Bayes. And after that object is created, I say that, hey, I have the 800 questions and 800 answers. Go and fit. Fit means go and study the relationship between the question bank and the answer bank. And after the relationship studying is over, I will say that, hey, you have studied it. Now I want you to predict it on the unseen 200 questions. So these are the responses, positive or negative. These are the 200. So these are the predictions. And what are the actuals? The actual is saved inside the y test. So I was saying what we did is we had our data set. We divided it into two parts. So we had 1500 columns and y. Further we divided. So this was total 1000 columns, 800, 801. You asked it to study. That is done. Then you ask it to predict on X test. So you asked it to predict on X test. And you got the predictions over here. This is the prediction, right? 1, 1, 1. And these are the actuals, which is the Y test part. Now we have to compare this. So I say, I'm going to save it into Y prediction. So the prediction, I'm saving it into a variable. Earlier, I only printed it, clf.predict. This answer, I'm going to save it into Y predicted. And after saving it, I am going to import the metrics from sklearn.metric, import accuracy score. And I say that, please compare the Y test, which is this part, with Y pred, which is this part. Compare each and every of the 200 values and tell me what is the accuracy. And the model is 73% accurate. The model that we have over here is 73% accurate. I repeat what I did. First, we imported Gaussian naive Bayes. So it is like, my AquaGuard is not working well. Let's say I'm calling the AquaGuard office. So that AquaGuard people send their one person who is an expert in doing the work. Now that AquaGuard person comes and introspects the problem, where we say that it understands the relationship. And once it has understood the relationship, I am asking that AquaGuard person to now predict on this unseen data. So that prediction is saved over here. Now that's the prediction, which is here. And that's the actual prediction and actual accuracy score is given the actual and prediction. And it told me that, hey, after comparing these 200 records of actual versus predicted, I see that the accuracy is 73%. Again, there is a mathematics behind it. Now, let's consider one last cell. Y test, Y train compared with the prediction on this. So I just did that here only, right? I didn't save it separately. And this is the accuracy on the train data set, 92%. And on the test data set, the accuracy is 73%. After this, I'm going to take just a random review from the user. So I'm saying I'm taking a random review. This has to be a pre-processed one, else I will have to do the pre-processing. So let's say I am saying nice service. Now, can I give this review as it is to the model? No. First and foremost, I'm taking a random review that the food was very tasty and the service was good. Now, first thing that we will have to do is remove the numbers and punctuations because your model cannot predict on that. So I say over here, review is this, done. Then the next thing I want to do over here is lower casing. So review is equal to review.lower. Next is tokenization, review is equal to review.split. Next is stop word removal. So for review in this, if the word is not in stop words, then only keep it. And then joining the words, done. Then we have to convert that to the vector form. Yes, all of this has to be done because model doesn't understand English. So we do that. Now that CV is already trained upon, so we directly transform. We don't fit it. And then I'm going to go ahead and predict the review. Ask the classifier to predict on this. And I say If prediction is equal to 1, say positive, else you say prediction is negative. And so the prediction is positive. Very good. Let us try one more. And here, I am saying the food was very bad and the service was very poor. Wow. You see? Sentiment analysis. But there is a lot of further improvement to this. The food was not good. I'm doing it this way. Yeah? And the service was not good. So when stopward removal is happening, that not will be removed. And if it is positive, the model will fail because it is not taking care and not is getting removed in the stopward. That is why we said the model is having 73% accuracy and not 100%. There is a lot of further improvement possible, but overall it's a good model. 73% is the accuracy. If I try out one more, I was very impressed with the service and ambience of the restaurant. It says the review is positive. And if I say I was very impressed with this, however, it was very crowded. Is it a positive or negative review? It says it's a negative review. 73% accuracy. However, service and ambience, however, the food was pathetic. It is a positive review. So it is taking the previous word service and this. Just trying to make you understand how much further fine-tuning can be done to this project. This is just a template for you to understand how the sentiment analysis project starts.
And with that, we have come to the end of our course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.